I hit him with a bat, is what he said?
What he said, you hit him with a bat. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. The only people who was there was you, him, and Jesus. But I know he's covered in bruises from head to toe.
Yeah,
and I know officers found you up there cleaning blood off of him. And I know 2 people out there that are downstairs that you admit that you were talking to said that you said, I had to whip his ass 3 different times. You struck your mom. This gentleman is covered in bruises.
Okay, I have brain damage, and that was involuntary.
Well, maybe this was involuntary.
No,
but either way, Harvey's covered in bruises.
I didn't do that.
This is Erin Malchow, an evil lover and mom who destroys her family members' lives. A real-life horror story starts on September 17th, 2023, when police in South Haven, Mississippi get an emergency call. The caller reports that 65-year-old Harvey Satterfield, known to his loved ones as Kent, is severely injured and needs police and EMS. Officers race to Harvey's home. They have no idea that they're about to get sucked into one of the most twisted true crime stories they've ever encountered, revolving around a deadly woman who turns out to be one of the worst mothers of all time.
They still inside?
Yeah, they're around back. You gotta go around back because it goes upstairs.
They're inside still?
Yeah. The last I saw.
How long has it been going on?
I have no clue.
What's,
like I said,
what's
I just
names?
got a knock on the back door that said, hey, somebody's leaving. And I was like, okay, I'll walk up there and I was like, oh, shit.
Alright. Just hang tight right here, okay? Just hang tight right up here, okay?
Right.
Yes, sir.
She got the door locked up here upstairs here. Let me show you where it's at.
Who else is inside?
The guy lived there, and that girl, she on drugs real bad, you know. Not now, but
Who else is inside?
the girl and the guy. Okay. The man lived up there.
The door is locked?
No, you can't. You got to go up the stairway over here, sir.
That door is locked?
No.
Okay, stay down here for me, okay? What exactly did you see here?
Huh?
What exactly did you see?
She came out and said,
Stay over here for me.
she said whooped the guy's ass last night. I came in 2 o'clock and hear no noise. But she down here. Talking about she got high. She came to rehab and all that.
Okay. Just hang out right here.
Don't walk up the steps right there, sir.
Huh?
The steps. Okay. They go to that door right there. Say, go up the steps.
What's the name? What's the name?
I don't know her name.
Okay. Go back over there, okay?
They go up the steps.
Hey, Sally, Police Department. Sally, Police Department, can you come to the door? Sally, Police Department, can you come down the stairs?
She just opened this window up here. Upstairs.
South Haven Police Department, can you come down the stairs? South Haven Police Department, hey,
Yes, sir, you can come up here.
can you come down the stairs for me?
Hold on. Well, actually, could you come up because I'm in the middle. I'm not.
Okay.
You can come up here. It's okay. It's
Who else is up here?
Huh?
Who else is up here?
Kent. He's 65 and he's
Oh, okay.
he's having trouble being mobile, so we're doing a sponge bath. And Ray, which let me get this. Well, we'll skip the hot water.
Hang tight right there.
Yes, sir. I'm Erin Malchow, and I need to ask y'all about
Is he in
Harvey
here?
Satterfield, and I need to finish moving him.
Is he in
If
here?
that's okay. Yes, sir.
Oh,
No
hey,
surprises here. No. It's okay for me to just
17,
finish.
what's
Here, let me move you right there. What's going on is the enemy is absolutely giving it his all. I've changed my life, right? And so, let me move you real quick. What do y'all help me to put him in this chair? I mean, you don't have to, but... Okay, so I can... first of all, I had just went down there and said something to Ray. I was like, I'm going to go ahead and be leaving shortly because... First of all, like, I care, you know. I was going to stay and bathe him and feed him and stuff, but the more I thought about it, you know, I might lose my opportunity to be indoors, and the whole point of me coming here was to be able to get some...
Slide the chair closer, sir.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any gloves on me.
Okay, well, you're right. We just, hold on to it. And so he gets drunk and just belligerent and nasty, and that's why he was my last resort. Hold on, that's why it was... Okay, look at it.
Y'all live together, I guess?
No. Hold on, sweetheart. You're gonna have to. What I'm gonna do?
I can
No,
push
he's
the
gonna have to
chair.
sit on the
in.
floor because I got too much to do with him to keep on.
Okay.
That's just the truth. And that's why I was gonna tell Ray and call my mama because they've all been real shit to me. They've been snakish, and you know, my heart's always been good. I've been an addict, and I've made choices anyway. So my
Who
mom
lives up here?
He does. I'm from Memphis, and I've been staying on Boulder Cove for about 2 years. And
Yeah, you looked familiar. I just.
well, and I also like the only thing holding me rehab is scheduled transportation. I'm gonna get that orange. Hold on, just a second. Can y'all give me like 2 minutes? I'm gonna get him situated, and then I can explain to y'all. Anyways, my mama, acting out of like spite and resentment because it's not for my mental health, had me first of all arrested that night. You know, I didn't do anything on that night. I accept responsibility for
Sir, are
everything.
you okay? You are?
He fell last night and he smashed his head. Now this morning I was concerned about his mental state because you know he was acting a little bit different. That's why I'm even still here. However, anyway, so when I was gonna leave, you know,
How you get all the injuries on him?
the bruises and stuff, I don't actually know. I do know, like, I haven't bruised him. I punched him in his nose yesterday when I got here, and he for 3 hours, and I thought to record it, thank God. For 3 hours, he was, you know, the bitches and that. He thought I was getting high, and he thought I was doing without him. Now, the truth is, I just got out of the state hospital, you know, jail, state hospital. The first person that offered me shelter, you know, I was telling him about my soul being really torn up and needing to focus on, you know, my 20-year-old's talking to me finally. I need to stay focused. He's playing with his while doing it, and so I left him. This is my last option besides going and living in hotels, and, you know, I quit selling myself over a year ago. I'm waiting on rehab to pick me up. There's a no contact order between me and my mom. So I had to leave my phone down there when Ray said, well, I had just talked to Ray about it, and I need my phone, but
How did
anyhow,
he end up on the floor?
he stays in the floor a lot. He drinks. He drinks these. He drinks, you know, 1 or 2 every couple of days, so he falls a lot. And
Can you come down here and talk to me real quick?
Yes, sir, I
And
can.
then we'll come back up here and talk to him.
Yes, sir.
No. I'm just trying to figure
Well,
things
I
out.
have PTSD, and the fact that so I was
Just real
hi.
quick, real quick, go in the bathroom real quick, so that
yes,
the
sir.
EMS can come in here and
Okay,
check on him.
excuse me.
And then if you'll go downstairs and talk to or anything.
I don't have it with me. That's one of the things my mom has. Now, excuse me. So that y'all are here. I didn't want to go to the police department and get a peace officer, but
Let's go talk outside.
okay, y'all aren't like I'm from Memphis and I've had a bunch of
Smoke
trickery.
killing, we gotta
Yes, sir.
separate everybody.
Well, and that's my family. So that's actually my uncle. When my uncle passed away years ago, I guess it's been about 6 years. You know, we adopted him into the family. And anyhow, so even though him and we're not the same kind of people. He's very two-faced, but he's family. When I came over here last night, he was so drunk. I came in, he didn't have any underwear or shorts on. You know, I had recorded
What
it.
happened today?
Nothing. He woke. Nothing happened today besides my friend from church. We go to step study. I had stored some stuff at her house. She brought it to me. So it's all out there. Ray's, I guess, I don't know him, but the guy with no shirt on, obviously very in other people's business-ish. So, because the first I came down and he's like touching my stuff. It's like, okay, anyway.
So what's
nothing.
up with the disturbance that we were called for?
Nothing. All I know is
There's
I was
no
talking.
disturbance at all.
No, sir.
What is everybody else going to tell us?
Well, Lee will tell you that him and I were having a conversation that was really good, and I was just hurt. And he'll tell you that Ray came, call the police, he's hurt. I had just told his ass, and I was talking to Ray about what happened and how I was concerned about mental health. But at that time, I had changed my mind about feeding and bathing because the truth is, I haven't even got to rest.
What's your social?
If y'all aren't busy and I don't have any warrants somehow, will y'all take me to my mom's to get, yes, sir.
So you said when they said call the police because he was hurt, what was hurt on him?
I don't know that man, but I know people, and I can tell you in Jesus' name I'll try to remain calm. That pissed me off.
Okay,
Like,
so let's
he
stop.
Yes.
Why is the EMS up here now?
I didn't call. I'm telling you
I
that
didn't ask if you called. Why are they here? Why is he laying on the
he's
floor?
on. I thought you just saw. I moved him. I was giving him a bath.
I just got here.
Oh, okay, Officer Chaff. Is how you pronounce it?
Chaffee.
Okay. I was giving him a sponge bath. Okay. So I was trying to move him. The officer, I just did that. Like, he was still on the bed. I was trying to move him. I've never done this before,
Okay.
and I also have pain.
So how did he get on the floor?
He just now slid on the floor. I went ahead and was like, he started falling towards the floor.
What's your last name?
Malchow.
Malch.
Yeah, and I still have to bathe and
Malch what?
CHOW.
Okay, so this is back to the question that I asked. You said they came and saw him, and they said he was hurt.
No. Let me
That's
start
what
over.
you just said?
Let me start over. I didn't know y'all weren't here. No, sir. What happened was Harvey and I have been alone up there.
24
That's
on
Harvey up there.
Yes, Harvey Kent Satterfield. That's my family, okay? We were alone, okay? My friend Sam from church, she was keeping my stuff. I asked her to bring it because I had another friend come by, offer to take me and get me a place where it went until my mom was going to get my stuff. I didn't know y'all just got here. Okay, so I came down. She dropped my stuff off. Anyhow, and so, okay, Lee came back up there and was asking, do y'all have some boxes? I said, yeah, I do. He was like, okay, well, she's down here looking. Okay, so she had lost her phone.
Which one is Lee?
Lee is the white guy with the clothes on, the kinder one. He's, anyway, so, and I said, yeah, so I followed him down. I had just got out of the shower and getting ready to go. I came down, and then after she found her phone, him and I were sitting down talking. He was listening. I'm excited about changing my life, but I've got a lot of anxiety about the way things are going, just in these last couple of days. Anyhow, so Ray comes actually on the way out, or no, on the way in, after she dropped my stuff off, was the first time I saw Ray. And I know that kind of stuff irritates y'all. I have brain damage and injuries, and it came to me as it did. I was going back in, I ran into Ray. Okay, so nothing happened at that point, but so anyways, a few minutes passed. Well, not anyways, because there's some reason that triggered a memory, but anyway, saw Ray. I came back outside after Lee said she left her phone. We're talking. Oh, I had told him, I was like, hey, when I leave, can you go up and check on Kent, make sure he's fine? He said, nah, he'll be okay. I was trying to let him know that he had, anyways, he wasn't interested. And so I came out, I'm chilling, talking to Lee. I don't get a lot of chances to talk to people who are, I just changed my life. And so besides the fact that I like to talk to people who are willing to listen. I've had a long life. It's good. It's nothing short of a whole miracle that I'm living and that I've made it to this point. Now, I'll stop there.
Okay. You're not going to be in trouble for the answer to this question, but what's your drug of choice?
My drug, okay, Mr. Jaffe, please understand that I got
It's a simple question. What's your drug of choice?
Okay, well, Mr. Jaffe, I don't want to be a smartass, but I have to tell you the whole answer so you'll understand me. I wouldn't lie to you, and I got thrown to the wolves as a little white girl when I was little bitty. Okay, I smoked crack for years and years. It started as Xanax. I don't have a drug of choice. I had a lifestyle.
Okay, when's the last time you used any narcotics? And before you say you haven't, listen to me.
Yes, sir.
You can't sit still. You're talking 90. Hang on. You're talking 90 miles an hour. Your eyes are pinpoint.
Mr. Jaffe,
so I know you've taken something.
We get one of my church people on the phone.
No.
Okay, well listen.
Not right now.
It's okay. I have Jesus now. I wouldn't lie to you. Even now.
Everybody that gets in trouble always starts out by, I won't lie to you.
I'm not in trouble, Mr. Jaffe. I'm saying that to say God's delivered me. I'm not in trouble, and I'm not on drugs. I take Suboxone 3 times a day for pain.
What happened?
Nothing actually happened.
No, for real, what happened? You said
I
you
had it
punched
on
him in the
video.
face yesterday.
Yes, sir, and that was on camera. And then, so I need to find my phone. But what happened was, this was my last resort. He's my uncle, right? So we've been doing this for years. I can come here when I need to. I try not to because he's always. Long
story short, what happened?
Well, the long story short is his faith. Well, that was, yes, sir. Okay, so I had migrated to the bathroom and I had turned my Facebook Live on so that I wouldn't be, I've kind of got the the stick a lot,
Long story short.
Long story short is he started beating on the bathroom door saying, thinking I was getting high without him. I wasn't getting high without him.
Okay.
Okay.
What happened after that?
Well, he went and sat back down. At some point on video, he came up and he was coming towards me and fixing to hit me. Now, that's totally unlike him, but I have PTSD.
Okay. Then what happened?
I punched him in the nose. I was literally in a corner.
And then what happened?
And then I got in the bath, I pushed him, and I got in the bathroom and closed it.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, and then throughout the night, he's been, I'm not abusing him. He fell
I'm
in
just
his,
trying to figure out what, and then what happened?
And then
after
what
the
happened
bath?
is, like, I stayed in the bathroom as much as I could. I left, I went to the grocery store, I got ice cream, brownies,
and then what happened
and
when you
then,
got back?
well, there were, can I get my phone?
In just a minute. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. They're checking
What's,
on him. So
the only thing,
what happened last night?
He hit his head.
Yeah, what
and
happened
that's-
after you got back from the store?
What? Nothing happened after I got back from the store. But please, hold on, let me
What
slow
happened
down.
last night?
I have brain injuries. This kind of stuff's real
I'm
stressful.
just trying to get to the point so I can actually
Tell
tell
them he
EMS
hit his
what is normal for him and what is not normal.
Right.
So what
this
happened after you
isn't
got
quite
back from the
normal,
grocery
but
store?
he's gotten better. I'm telling you this. When he woke up, he hit his head on something. That mark. When I saw that, I started talking to him this morning. I was like, "Do you know where you're at? Where's the president? Who's the president?"
How did he hit his head?
He falls
For what, I'm
all
sorry?
the time. And, and I don't even know what it was that time, but he did hit his head, but no, it was not normal the way that
Is your name Erin?
Yeah.
You need to go get
Yes,
the
sir.
information too.
Please.
Is it okay because I don't have
What happened when you got
transportation?
back from the grocery store?
I made a cookies and cream ice cream cone with caramel in it.
What happened this morning?
I bought him a beer. This morning when he woke up, my friend had come over here. I've been trying to find, somewhere else to go until my mom gives me my stuff. Rehab is supposed to pick me up in the morning. Y'all want me to skip to it, and it's just
What'd y'all do? Your friend,
This morning was just talking, hanging out. Now it was odd because Kent didn't say anything. He was just laying in. So something is different, But he has made progress since since this first. In Jesus' name, I'll never understand. But I was asking him so he would maybe help out a little bit. But Kent this morning. He didn't seem like he was going to answer at all. And I was like, maybe he's sleepy-headed. I gave him his medicine. I would have smoked a cigarette, came back, just a bit ago. And I asked him, who am I? And he said, Lexi. And that's my daughter. And so I showed him a picture of Lexi. And I said, who's that? And it was not fair because it looks just like I did. Something is different. But I didn't hit him like that, I'm just saying, yeah, he needs help. But I wasn't sure. I wouldn't call Mama. But there's a no contact order. And I need to call Mama. It's
your mom or his mom?
Mine. That's the missing link to me. I need my stuff, my breathing machine.
We can get all that. I'm just trying to get EMS.
Yeah, no, he needs
information.
help. He hit his head and something's different.
What happened? How did he hit his head?
The bruises either from, he falls all the time. I didn't sucker punch him. Even me moving him and rolling him is liable to have left bruises. When he hit his head, though, last night, I remember, being like, damn, but he does that. He hits his head. And this morning, I checked on him. I would have never left him like that. I took time, that's my family. And he's not even family, I brought him in. I'm compassionate.
Can I see your hands?
Yes, sir. Even with the brain injuries and neuropathy, I'm fine. I get nervous, and like I said, my mom having my stuff, and besides, it's breaking my heart that.
Why would he think you're doing drugs without him?
Well, because I've never done without him, but
So when's the last time you've done drugs?
I haven't done drugs.
When's the last time?
August the 19th.
Of this year?
Yeah, I just got out of. I do Suboxone every day. I take Suboxone, and yesterday I did go get a beer finally. I've changed my life.
So there's no narcotics upstairs at all?
I don't think so. I doubt it.
Do you live up there?
No,
You don't live up there.
I was trying to come and get some daggone rest, man. Because my family, I just documented it all the way that.
Do you have pockets?
Yeah.
Stand right here and turn your pockets inside out. Then turn your pockets inside out. There you go. And your front pockets. Turn them inside
These
out.
aren't even my shirt. I wasn't wearing clothes when Ray took.
Open your hands up. There we go.
I'm. No, sir. And you're welcome to look through anything. That was, and I wasn't angry at that point either, man. I'm just tired, and I feel like my goal is to get in 10K the ride. I already have to get wherever I'm going. When I know what that is, I can call, and schedule the ride again. I've got...
Stay right there for a minute.
Yes, sir. Do you mind if I...
Just stay right there for a minute.
Yes, sir.
While officers take Erin's statement outside, investigators upstairs discover key evidence that contradicts her version of events.
Sweetheart, we have to go to the hospital. Hey, sir, do you think that's fresh bruising on the side of that face, too? Because I do. See it?
Yeah.
That's bruise.
Well, that's what I told them when I first came in here. I thought, it doesn't look right.
No, sir, that's bruise. I think that's a bruise. Oh, it is. Look at my camera. You can tell.
Yep.
No, that's bruise. See your other side? Yeah, there's bruises over here, too.
This Satterfield. Has somebody been beating you up? Tell the truth.
Please tell the truth so I know how to help you and to take care of you. I'm worried about you. Did you get beat up?
Well, yeah.
What did you get beat with? I need to know. Fist? What object? Please tell me.
Well, I thought
What'd she hit you with, baby?
Yeah.
What'd she hit you with? I need to know. Did she kick you? Did she use an object?
Yeah.
What object?
Yeah.
That's new too. Somebody put the crap.
You tell me that girl that was just up here with you, is she the one that hit you?
Downstairs, police keep pushing Erin for the truth about this disturbing true crime story.
It's made a lot of difference, and that's why, I dare not tell y'all, because I've held my tongue on it for a long time. But God's developed, a vision to help me to do it, going through and living through these situations. And I tell you, one of them that I can't do anything about, but I've never sat on that before. Never touched it. But it's my parents' life. My dad and his wife. My dad quit talking to me after living in the same home for 14 years. Dropped me off at mom's and said, I won't be at your wedding, funeral, or your graduation. Okay, well, he comes back. I seen him again. I was in my 20s. I was smoking crack at that point. Long story short, besides the fact that he tore my soul out, I boo-hoo cried for years. Things started immediately happening, that he was absent for. But came back, and I didn't forgive him necessarily, but my heart was so, just desperate to have that relationship that I never got an explanation or an apology. And then on top of that, he, judgmental and won't, him and his wife, long story short, when I just texted her, I said, Mimi, go ahead and tell Dad I'm willing to give him all the space and time that he needs from this point on. That's when the trouble started with me and them, the parents and people that, because they righteously treated me as less than for many years. Anytime I did get to come around, and that stopped. I said, willing to, no matter how this looks or sounds, this is the truth, and I need you to take responsibility for this here, because everything's been thrown on me and it was killing me. I've been in institutions, like Lakeside, when I was homeless, became my home. And so I'm just saying that therapy and healthy boundaries, relationships, I'm using my skills. It's very, very sad. But at the same time, people have come through that, how thrilling. I've never got on Facebook Live before. I don't get on Facebook and do, I watch documentaries when drama and gossip is, anyhow. So I did get on Facebook Live because I had to be on Sycamore View again, and I wasn't doing dope. And so I Facebook Live did. I was like, look, this and that and the other, just talking. Friends from,
Who is he to you?
Christian. That was my uncle's best friend. They were homeless on the streets for many years. My uncle passed about, 8 years ago, and he finally,
Have you ever had any type of relationship with him at all?
We have had drug sex before over the years. I mean, yeah, but no, sir. And as a matter of fact, I haven't had my child's father. He didn't sleep next to me. I've been by myself because like whether it's discernment or me, I haven't been able to trust anyone, you know. And I'm very like, I can accept whoever for anything you do as long as I can trust.
So what's he gonna tell us is happening?
Because
he's up and talking right now, and he's talking to Storm.
Officer Jaffe, I don't, whatever he tells you, because.
What would he tell us?
Well, I mean, we can say like this. Okay, so today, so it seems like his mind's been affected a bit, and it actually, Officer Jaffe, is kind of a good thing because yesterday.
That's not. You're not answering my question.
Okay.
What is he gonna tell us happened?
Yes, I was trying to tell you that yesterday when I hit him in his nose, he didn't wipe the blood. He's very dramatic, and then I had it on camera. He went across the room and threw himself in the floor.
Okay, what is he gonna tell us happened today?
Oh well. I don't know, but I'm telling you that he was planning on lying yesterday. But Officer Jaffe, I don't know, and I didn't abuse him. I'm not that kind. Okay. On the streets, if a woman that's how I know. Like God's helped me protect myself. Like the little people, or a little girl following behind me, I whoop her in the face with a flip flop, or I don't like in jail when I have to fight. I threw her on the ground and I went and hit the button. I do not get off on that kind of thing. I have been. I just don't. I wouldn't. Anything that I did was to protect, as long as the threat is eliminated.
And what did you do to protect yourself today?
Nothing. He's never done that before either. He's never sat with his underwear off. I don't know what's going on with him, but the mental thing, that's a part of it. It wasn't about me or drinking, because and then when I told him that he'd done that, he was like, I'm telling you, he was raised by his mother, and anyways, he wouldn't do that. And Officer Jaffe, it really hurt my heart.
What's up, brother?
I just wish that the answers that I'm giving you would let you know more about my character. Actually, I wouldn't have to hurt that man. But no.
How you doing?
On the streets, I fight for my life. That's it. I fight for my life. Period.
So can you pass a drug test right now?
Can I pass a drug test? No, I can't. I can't pass a drug test.
What's going to be in your system besides the boxing?
Officer Jaffe, I'm starting to get angry because I haven't done anything.
I'm asking questions. It's part of my job.
This is keeping me. It's probably going to keep me up. I don't have a shelter, and my parents are not helping me. I have 2 goals, and one of them's just out the window. If I can't get my stuff from Mom, the only thing that matters, Officer Jaffe, I'm a drug addict. If I am doing drugs, I'm hell-bent on getting into 10-care transportation. I take Suboxone every day. Officer Jaffe, I didn't do drugs. I wish I could tell you the whole truth, but you're not the type of person that I can be honest with.
Why not?
Well, simply because you're not willing to listen.
I'm the type of person you need to be honest with.
Officer excuse me.
It's okay.
Well, but I said, the way you're talking to me is not like in an informational, objective way. That's why I told you, like I said, Officer Jaffe, I'm trying to get to transportation, and I was not in the bathroom doing drugs without him at all. I was taking a shower. I thank God. I'm just usually I share and overshare because it's good to let people know who I am. Sorry.
Y'all walk out there for me real quick.
Do I have to go to jail? Yes, sir. I don't have to go to jail, Sir Robinson. Well, if Jesus lets y'all help me get my stuff, that'd be good. Can I hug him? Can I say something to him? That's my family, right?
Come on this way for a little bit.
Okay, yes, sir. But may I give him a hug before he goes?
He's up there. There's too many paramedics and EMTs up there right now.
Bless his little heart.
We're going to that Durango behind the ambulance.
In the Durango? Officer Jackie.
Keep walking.
Okay, but I'm not talking to Cody. We don't have to go to jail, right?
Absolutely.
Whoa. Here, why?
You're not under arrest.
No. Okay, I'm asking, why am I going there, though? Be nice if I'm not under arrest and you can be cool with me, right? Maybe I can learn from you and you can... Look, I got 77 in my credits in criminal justice with human services, but I'm going to theology and seminary this probably the best thing, y'all. School. Yes, sir. Do you mind rolling the window down, please?
I do mind. You're more than welcome to sit there. I've got the air blowing. It'll come back through there.
I'm claustrophobic, and that
I can't help you with right now.
Well, yes, sir, but I'm just a citizen, right?
right at the moment. Just have a seat.
Yes, sir. I would appreciate if you didn't close the door. I'll buckle my seatbelt.
I'm closing the door. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm closing the door.
Thank you.
As they work to untangle truth from lies, investigators turn to Harvey's housemate and the property manager, who reveal a shocking confession from Erin.
I live downstairs.
Yeah, and I live in that part of the house.
The front part?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess is this like split up into like kind of like apartments or something like
Sorta,
that?
yeah.
Okay. Which one of y'all was? I guess he kind of told me the story, but can y'all tell me real quick again?
Okay, she came downstairs. Said she got high last night. So I came in 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear nothing. She said she whooped his ass 3 times last night.
Really?
Yeah. That was
Did you say why?
No. Said he started it. He fell on the floor by accident. But you know, but I said, I went came and checked my oil. Then we started talking. And I said, we're going to check on him. I went up there. Then when I came to he called an ambulance, called a police officer down here. Cause he's bad. He's real bad.
Yes, sir.
But other than that, she just told me she whooped his ass 3 times last night. Said she got high last night. You know, I know. I only met her 3 times. Every time I seen her, she was high. You know. But this first thing everything happened.
So does she live here as well?
No.
Okay, so she does just them gentlemen.
Yeah.
What was she here for? You know?
See, her mama helped him out because he's handicapped.
Yes, sir.
He can walk, but he's kind of slow.
Yes, sir.
He come over about her, take him to the grocery store and all that. And that's how she got involved with the guy. That's her daughter, you know.
Okay.
You know, that's all I know.
How did you come involved, sir?
Well, he came and got me because she was down here talking to me, and it's kind of wild. You hear what he heard. Well, she was telling me that she was getting saved, and she was down here talking to me with all this stuff because there was a woman that dropped off the clothes, and I noticed her, so I walked around. I was like, "What's going on back here?" So I walked back here, and the clothes are sitting out here, and I was like, "What's going on?" And the woman was like, "Oh, I'm just dropping her off some clothes because she's going to get cleaned up or something." And I was like, "Okay." So I went up there, and she was in the bathroom whenever I walked up. So I was like, "Okay, can you come down here?" Because the woman had lost her phone. And so I spent a couple minutes finding her phone, came back. And whenever I came back, she was trying to talk to me, telling me how her whole life story, how she was saved, how she was going to get clean, and how she needed a room. Because she was like, "Oh, well, I'd like to try to get a room." And I was like, "Okay." And then he came back down. He's like, "You need to go upstairs." He's like, "He's bleeding." And I was like, "Okay." So I walked up there, and whenever I walked up there, I walked in the room. As I walked in the room, I saw a knife on the bed. I was like, "That's kind of weird." It was like a butter knife, but it had something on it. It was like gray or something. So I walked in, and I leant over. I was like, "Hey," I was like, "You look pretty rough." And he's like, and I was like, "Okay, do you want an ambulance? Do you need the police?" And he's like, "Everybody." And I was like, "All right." So that's whenever I came down because I didn't have signal up there. So I walked down, came down here, called y'all, and by the time I called y'all, he was already pulling up, so I didn't have time. And he said he went back up, or he tried to go back up there while I was calling, and she had locked the door.
She locked the door and let me in. I said, "Don't touch him." I said, "Don't touch him, ma'am." I said, "Police on the way."
When you say he looked pretty rough, can you describe that? Like, what did you see?
He looked like he had been beaten.
What makes you
Like
think that?
his face, like he had blood when I saw him all over his face.
All over his face?
You couldn't hardly breathe.
You couldn't hardly breathe?
No, couldn't hardly breathe.
Did y'all notice any other wounds or anything? Did he make any statements or anything?
I wasn't looking around. Like I said, I just came down. I was trying to call y'all. Because she was steadily saying, "Oh, I got a phone. I got video camera footage of I didn't do anything to him." And I was like, "I'm going to let somebody else figure that out. I don't get paid to do that."
Okay.
I was like, I'd rather the police, the professionals handle this over me.
Officers arrest Erin and prepare to take her down to the station for a formal police interrogation.
Come on. Turn around.
Oh.
Turn around.
Okay. What happened? What am I going to do?
Investigator explain all that to you.
I'm supposed to go in the morning. Tinker's supposed to be picking me up to go to rehab. I didn't have anything.
Have a seat.
Yes, sir. Is there any way at the station you could let me back out? I didn't.
Have a seat.
Okay.
He's coming up there to talk to you.
Okay, we're going to the station, right? Okay, because I have not done anything. Yes, sir.
Right here.
Well, y'all find. Oh my God.
Slide to me.
So I'm not like being charged with something that's in the house, right? Because Harvey does drugs, and I know there's probably whatever in the house, but it's not necessarily being charged, right?
He'll talk to you about everything when you get that point.
While Erin is being transported to the station, Harvey is rushed to hospital. Medical staff identify that he has multiple broken bones and bleeding in his brain consistent with being beaten. Knowing that he might not pull through, investigators speak with him, trying to get any information he can share about the attack.
How you doing, Mr. Harvey?
Well, better.
Yeah, a lot better. These people are going to get you taken care of, I promise, okay? First of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Detective Yancey. I'm one of the investigators here at South Haven. It's my job to investigate crimes. Obviously today, it's pretty obvious you were pretty assaulted a good bit. I don't know how many times or to what length, but your body tells a story. Can I ask who that young lady is to you that was there?
Yeah. Yeah. Mother. Mother's daughter.
Your mother's daughter?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean her mother's daughter.
Okay, her mother's daughter. Okay, who's the mother to you?
Just a friend.
Just a friend?
Yeah.
So the mother's a friend. So do you know the daughter?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Well, Erin Malco.
What's that, sir?
Erin Malco.
Erin Malco?
Yeah.
And is that who did this to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you kind of tell me the story? I know obviously it's a little hurt right now, but it's my understanding you've told these people that she struck you with a bat. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Where'd she strike you at with the bat?
Yeah.
I understand you're in kind of bad shape. So, how many times did she assault you?
Twice.
Twice?
Yeah.
Have you fallen on your own, or is this these bruises on you from these assaults?
Yeah. From assault.
From assaults? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just documenting there the side of your face there, because I mean, even that your entire face there is bruised up. Do you know how many times? Are you sure it was a baseball bat she hit you with? Was it your bat?
No.
What does the bat look like?
I don't remember.
That's okay. That's fine. That's all right. But you know it was.
You with something.
Yeah.
But you're pretty sure it was a bat.
Oh yeah.
It was a bat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he didn't have one that I know of, so I don't know where it came from, but
Metal bat or aluminum bat? I mean a wooden bat or a metal bat?
baseball bat.
I just don't recall.
Okay.
Get out of your way. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
No. I mean,
It's okay. You're doing the right thing. Don't even worry about it. It's not that big a deal, okay?
Down at the station, detectives conduct a full police interview with Erin, trying to get her to crack.
Like I told you in there, my name is Detective Yancey. I work here at the police department, and it's my job to investigate things that happen, crimes, to see if they're crimes, if they're not crimes, stuff like that.
Okay.
Obviously, the issue we got going on here, I got called because there's a whole lot of questions that we need answered. And,
Did you find my phone?
I don't know if they did or not, but I can ask.
Like mine. I had
Okay.
recorded him yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, because, and it was a last resort. Okay, my mom, there's a lot of, my family. I haven't been involved, I've been on the streets for a long time. About 4 years ago, I started actively, working and looking to change things, and I have made progress. And, anyhow, so this time I went home, January, now, and, anyway, she's had me, I got arrested, she had me evicted, had a writ put on me for mental health. I just waived my hearing and went, and they released me. But I had already planned to go to Evolve in Knoxville. I had already set it up before I ended up getting arrested. So anyhow, I just got released from Tupelo State Hospital on Wednesday, and I was supposed to go from there, come out here and get my stuff. My mom has everything, my breathing machine, all my medicines, clothes, makeup. And so I was coming here, set up transportation, and going straight to Knoxville. They're waiting on me. I have a bed of merits. Anyhow, I had kicked the illicit drugs, and then I struggled. I had relapsed a couple of times. Anyhow, I have to learn how to, on the street, living, starting when I was 21 at the airport, and, anyhow, living with somebody who tried to kill me, stoned me to death, got brain broken, everything. And so I was, working through, haven't got to physical therapy anywhere near that yet.
Let me stop you there.
Yeah.
I know you've, I also didn't ask you, you're already kind of telling me questions here, but let me read these to you here. I just want to make sure you understand your rights. Have you ever had them read to you before?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to read them to you again, okay? Just make sure you understand them, okay?
All right.
What is your full name?
Erin, E-R-I-N.
Do you mind just filling it out real fast? It'll be a lot faster if you do it.
Can I ask you, do I have to go to jail?
We're sorting that out.
Okay. So I might still be able to make it.
We'll see.
Okay. The reason I asked about my phone, and I had even recorded it and had done Facebook Live, because I knew, it's always something when he's drunk or belligerent. But my phone has, and there were people that I know saw the Facebook Live and saw him. I was in the bathroom in the shower. He was beating on the door. I was not doing drugs. I wasn't getting high. And I've never gotten high without him if I had drugs in his house. But I have changed my life. And recently, I'm not saying that I'm, stayed sober all the time, but I have changed my life.
So are you from around here?
I'm from Memphis.
From Memphis? Where'd you grow up at?
I grew up in Berkeley.
Berkeley?
And then I grew up at the airport, and I didn't intend to go live out there. I had been taking Xanax. My doctor had me on Xanax when I was a kid, basically. Ended up experimenting with Lortabs and crack.
Where'd you go to school at?
Greenwood. And I went to Kingsburg for a week and then did Gateway.
So you got your GED?
I have college credits, 77 in criminal justice.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you have your degree in criminal?
I don't have my degree yet.
How many credits you have?
37.3 or 0.5. Yeah. But I think I'm actually going to do seminary in theology this winter, because my life's ministry is where I do advocacy, but I want another thing and kind of grow my relationship with God, develop it completely, because if I'm going to be telling other people about it, then I need to know what I'm talking about.
Well, that's true. Let me read these to you, all right?
Police read Erin her Miranda rights.
I'm trying to remember who I was on the phone with when he threw himself in the floor. And I was like, that's crazy. So today, him getting up and acting a little bit different was different. But yesterday, I fully intended to use the fact that I had to hit him. He, in order, he was going to make it way bigger. The relationship with me and my mom is, he's her friend. He's had the opportunity to let her know how much I love her, and he thrives on drama, and he's very deceitful, and he was going to use that to, he honestly was playing that role yesterday. I'm like, there's no way, man. I was in the bathroom. I've got all my stuff in the bathroom. I'm, doing everything I can to avoid him. There's like the refrigerator, stuff. He's also my family, so I'm not going to completely avoid him. I'm over at his house. I know that he didn't say that I was, and I also don't know exactly that that's what this is about, but are you going to, explain to me why you're involved.
As long as you're okay with it, we'll have a conversation. You can ask me questions.
Oh, yeah,
and I'll ask you questions,
okay.
and we'll have a conversation. That's just making sure you're okay with it.
Yeah.
You'll sign here. That's saying that I've read those to you, and that down there is where you're signing that you're okay with talking to me.
All right. Dear God, in Jesus' name, continue to guide, provide. Thank you, Lord, in advance. I just don't know if maybe, I was trying to figure out like the bigger picture because I wasn't sure.
All right, I'm a witness it, which obviously the camera there is witnessing it as well, but I'm gonna put my signature here as on the witness line.
I don't know why. Because it was low. I mean, besides going and living, besides going and doing the wrong things for money or going being around wrong people, like he's family, so he really as far as unsafe people. Like I called my stepmom, I called like my brother's wife, I've done everything I could to find somewhere just to stay for a couple of nights until I get my stuff and have care pick me up. I showed up at his house last night. He didn't have any pants or underwear on. He's never been like that before. Like he's always, and he was like way past drunk, and I didn't. There wasn't a problem besides like I'm trying to. I don't remember if anything had been said before I went in the bathroom or not. 'Cause that's just usually where I'm comfortable. I get on the phone. I was taking a shower. I was exhausted. I needed to go to sleep, man. I came there to shower and go to get some rest, and I was gonna have care pick me up. If not this morning, depending on whether or not my mom allowed me to get my stuff yet. I've had the most trouble. I called the people who I thought, in the previous life, like I haven't called those. I've got things done my way, like called people, whoever, however. But I knew that. I called my brother's wife. I called my friend from church. I called a friend from AA. I called people my mom knows. I called, I let my 20-year-old know today without putting any kind of pressure or like it's an issue. Just, this is what it is. And
how old are you, man?
38.
You're 38 years old.
Yeah.
So you have a 20-year-old?
Mm-hmm. She'll be 21 in January. I have an 18-year-old who will be 19 on the 16th of November. And Santana's birthday will be December 31st, he'll be 17. He was with his dad, and they are the ones that picked me up and brought me. I hate this the way it is, but my mom is so full of like anger and stuff. Like she's not the same mentally. She was, I guess, planning on me being stuck in the psych ward, but they were like, you should have never been sent here. We'll work on your immediate release. Santana and his dad just happened to live in Tupelo, and they brought me here.
Okay. So did you take part in raising your children?
My 8-year-old.
Your 8-year-old?
And yes, I had Alexia and my nephews, so they were 6 and 4.
Why? If you don't mind me asking that.
I was smoking crack,
Okay.
and I had already, the first experience I had, somebody gave me HIV on purpose, turned into AIDS immediately. I almost died. That had happened, but that same person had really abused the hell out of me. He broke every rib, and it just caused me PTSD really bad. I'm still working on how to behave and respond.
All right, so obviously, I guess there's been some substance abuse in the past, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you said you were living at the Airport Inn. How long did you live there?
I was 21 or 20 something. I stayed there. With Terry for only because I went back later on. It was like it felt like forever. I was only there for like 4 months.
Have you ever had a job?
Yeah.
Where'd you work at?
I've worked at even Kroger and Walmart. Like they won't give me a job, but McDonald's. That's not to say McDonald's, Kroger, JBL Rapid Tax Refund, Burlington.
So you've had lots of jobs.
Yeah.
So how long did you work there?
Burlington, McDonald's was probably the one that lasted the longest.
How long was that?
Maybe 6 months.
6 months. So you're okay to work. You can get out there and make it on your own. So why don't you get a job? You don't have to live in the airport Inn.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. All right, good deal. It breaks my heart that you're having to stay in the airport Inn. That's not a home.
No.
I know a lot of people do live in hotels.
I was trying to tell you about the trauma.
Got you.
That was traumatic. And it went from that, I was on crack, and the thing was, I was at home with my mom raising the kids. I never intended to go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
I was raising the kids, me and her, but I ended up, I experimented with Lortabs. My neighbor across the street had methadone because her mom had cancer. And so she's like, I don't have this, but I have that. Well, I had already been on Xanax for years. It had made me want to shoplift. I used to shoplift and took methadone, and then I took my children's shoe stealing. And so the social worker came, and she was like, please don't take your kids from your mom's house. It was signing a safety net or something.
A safety plan, yeah.
Well, I went on a 3-day crack binge and came home. My mom was stressed out because I had her car. She had no way to work. And she done my son's stuff. Don't you ever go back on the She had got my son's head under the water, and I just was freaking out. And I called the social worker and told her I was leaving. So they came and got my kids. And the only way that my mom could get my kids back is if I wasn't there. And so I went to stay with my uncle, him, and my real uncle. Ever since my real uncle died, I brought him into the family.
Who's that?
Kent.
Kent Harvey?
Yeah,
okay.
Harvey. He's become my mom's best friend, but for a long time and we've never really been friends because he's a two-faced kind of person, and it's not genuine, and I've always made it clear that I don't operate that way, and I come around and either get high with him or but over the years, I invite him over for supper with the family, or when I get sober, I invite him to AA and church, and he I forgot where I was going with that. My 20-year-old just started talking to me like things are turning around. Things are turning around in my life finally.
So, Mr. Harvey, you said you used to get high with him, or you still get high with him?
Up until I guess. I don't know if I ever stopped getting high with him. I know. Yeah, that's been our relationship, the extent of it, but not really.
Has it ever been sexual?
Well, sometimes when we get high, sometimes I'll let him. Not intercourse,
Okay. So is that willing, or is that that just kind of for you to?
Yeah, we both enjoy it a bit. It's
okay. Okay, sorry. So he's not like forcing you or twisting your arm or saying you have to do this or.
No, he is a gentleman, and until he gets drunk, and then he turns into someone else.
I got you.
And so, and he's so alone, and I try to stay around him as much as possible. The sexual thing's never been, it's just like, I appreciate having a place. I don't know, sometimes it's fun. I don't know, I think it's different every time. But no, he doesn't force me to do anything.
All right, so.
I want you to know I did not put that mark on his head.
Okay, we'll talk about that.
Okay.
So, when you say y'all get high, I understand you've told me like crack, Xanax, different kind of. So what is y'all's drug? What do you talk when y'all get high? What do y'all use?
Ice.
Ice, meth. Okay.
That's what we had used. I quit smoking crack like 4 years ago because I was on the street and I wasn't able to take care of myself. So I started smoking ice instead. I guess you're the one. Like I was trying to give the officer kind of a rundown, and anyhow, so yeah, I had challenged myself one night to smoke ice instead, and I woke up with $800 the next morning. I quit even that like over a year ago. I had asked God to send me somebody I could trust, and I felt like the immediate answer was, stop the habit of letting any and everybody have you. And I've changed my life. I'm desperate to make it to rehab. Like,
Sounds like you really need it.
Well, thank you, but actually, I don't. The rehab is for me. I messed up or made a choice based on the fact that I came there for rest, and he would not. I mean, I was in the shower and he was beating on. There was going to be no rest, and so I'm still exhausted. I don't have any problem letting the illicit drugs go. The reason why I need to go is because I need to be inpatient while, first of all, my 20-year-old, she needs for me to do that for her because it's what she believes I need. My mom, I think it'll help her. And me, I need to be inpatient while I have medical stuff out the ass and I have a lot of pain. And until I start physical therapy, at least, this has been going on for a long time. I've stayed off of opiates. The doctor prescribed. Like I've done what I can to stay alive.
When's the last time you used?
Today.
Okay. Thank you for being honest.
I have to.
Yeah.
I'm
All right.
on the blood of Jesus to help me because.
So you get out of the state hospital Wednesday.
Huh?
When do you get to Harvey's house?
Last night about
You know what day it is?
today. Oh yeah, I do. I mean, it's Sunday. We've been watching them today.
Okay,
I
cool.
was spent it this morning.
Okay, that's cool. So you got there last night?
And
You didn't get there Friday night? Early Saturday morning?
No.
Okay. All right, so you got there. So where'd you go between there?
I got there sometime after dark last night, and I got in the shower. I'm not sure what do you mean between there?
So you got out of the hospital Wednesday, and if you
Okay.
got there Saturday night, where were you staying
At
between
Nick's
them?
house.
Nick's house?
Everywhere I go, and I mean, my heart is broken. I have one goal this time. See, my thing is rehab. I've been, and I leave, or I don't go. I'm going this time. This is the first time I've ever been solid about knowing, anyhow, about making a decision to make it there. Like they didn't make me go from the hospital. This is my choice. I asked God to give me the opportunity to do it myself. I'm sorry I'm a little bit worked up about it, but I have PTSD and I have brain injuries, and when I feel like I'm being Nick. I was at Nick's house. Nick Rice. What was the question?
I was asking you where you were staying at between Wednesday and Saturday. So Nick, where's he live at?
He lives on.
Okay. So you stay with him. Why do you leave there?
Because he wanted sex.
Okay.
And I couldn't even, I needed rest. Seriously, I couldn't even get in the bed. Either place.
All right. So you leave Nick's and you go to Mr. Harvey's. You get there.
No.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry.
spent the day after I left Nick's house. How exactly did it happen that I ended up at Sam's? Oh, okay. I had some money. At Nick's house, I had gotten, I forget who sent me some money. I had some money. And I decided, okay, I'm going to get a room. And so I went to Sycamore View.
All right, Wednesday or
That's
Nick's
where I went
house?
to St.
You know what day you left? You know what day you left?
Wednesday hospital, Nick's house, Thursday, Motel 6. No, wait. Yeah.
All right. Where'd you stay Friday?
I'm trying to think what I did. I don't know. Sam's house.
Friday?
I did not stay the night there though. I guess Kent could be right. Because I spent the entire day at Sam's house, and then she took me. No, she took me to Kent's because I would have had my stuff there.
Oh, you got a ton of stuff at your kid's
Yeah,
house.
no. But Sam just brought those to me. I had left them at her house because I wasn't sure where I was going yet. Sam's house, where did I go? I don't know, just give me a minute. I haven't had any rest. Like,
I understand. I'm not judging you on that. I'm just trying to figure out the timeline here. So you go to Sam's house Friday. So you don't stay the night, but you're not sure where you went. But you think you could be correct or whatever. You showed up at his house late Friday night, early Saturday morning.
That's possible.
Okay.
I don't think that's the case because who brought me to Sam's? I don't think Sam did. I mean, he brought me to Sam's. I don't think Sam did. I'm trying to remember. He dropped me off. Because then I had an Uber driver take me. If you can't say that I got there Friday night.
I'm still sorting that out with Kent, but other people told me you got there Friday night, early Saturday morning. Late Friday night, early Saturday morning.
I just didn't. I don't think so at all. No, it couldn't have been because I've been using my phone to record since I got there.
Mm-hmm.
No, sir. It could have only been a few hours ago. And the phone is out there in the yard. No, it couldn't have been.
Okay. But so you wind up at Kent's house.
Uh-huh.
All right, so you come there to get some rest.
Yes.
Well, it's hard to get rest when you smoke methamphetamine.
I wasn't smoking meth.
Okay, then, all right. So, but you used some today.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But I have not. I wasn't.
Okay.
I didn't come there high, and I didn't come there with drugs.
Okay. So Kent gave you the meth?
Kent didn't give me the meth.
Okay.
Now, the meth was in the pipe. I had somebody bring me, well, I don't think it exactly went like that, but it wasn't his. He has pipes everywhere. They all got broken. I mean, I'm not saying it. But I didn't come there with drugs.
So what happens when y'all get there? When you get there?
What happened when I first got there?
When you get there, yes. Did he say for you? Did he invite you over, or did you just show up?
No, I didn't just show up. He had been telling me. I think there's some, between him and my mom, like, he wants to let me stay over there, and he's afraid, like, she's going to cut him off because that's where his help comes from. But, like, when I was in the hospital, he was like, you can come here, and then I guess they didn't expect me to be released so soon, and then I called, he was like, well, lean more towards Bobby's or Nick's, and okay, that was a little bit hurtful, because, like, I actually had to, I didn't want to go to Nick's. Kids' family, I had to go see somebody play with a stick while I was talking about my heart being broken. Finally offered me a hug and then offered to let me play with his. We went, okay, so coming up, as soon as I got there, I could tell that he was sitting on the bed with no underwear and no shorts. And that's okay, it's his house, but he's never done that before. So I knew he had to be, but that's fine. I needed a shower. I had, knowing that I don't trust my mom right now. I can't trust any of my family. I don't know if he's going to try to work with my mom to try to, so I had Facebook Live, like, crowing, and then I had made, I think I saved the camcorder video. Like, I just knew that I'm on my own. They can say and do anything, and I get to show things because anything anybody else says, it's always against me.
So what do you mean what were you recording live?
And him.
What was he doing?
Nothing yet, I had thought to be on the phone with someone, have a witness, be on the phone with somebody, because he's very deceitful.
Where was he at when you were? Where was he at when you were recording?
I wasn't recording him necessarily, but on the bed. He was on the bed, and the times that I did come in there because he was, because of what he was saying. He was really fucked up. He didn't realize I was recording him. Maybe he did.
What was he saying?
What was he saying when I walked back in there? He was talking about, Well, it went from everything to when I asked him to put pants on. I know I ain't got nothing. I know I ain't got nothing. And, like, this kid, that's not, I just asked you to cover up. Just want you to, and I don't want to antagonize. So every time, like, if I would say something or even back and forth for the longest time, I used as much grace, patience. I absolutely did not even say anything that would have antagonized him. I was exhausted. I wanted to shower. I wanted to lay down. After he had banged on the bathroom the first time and insisted that I get out of the shower, I had decided that I would let him, when I got out, ask him if he needed to use the restroom or anything, and which is what I did, but he had just beat on the door because he supposedly had to use it. Anyhow, I had decided I would sleep in the bathroom with the door locked. Maybe I could at least get an hour or two, and that just didn't happen either, because by the time I got in the shower as soon as I got there.
Mm-hmm.
He came and beat on the door, can I use the you mind if I use my phone? And I just was like, okay. Got my clothes on, opened the door. I wasn't getting high. I wasn't smoking anything. I wasn't doing anything. I've never even gotten high without him, he had another friend that Chris used to come over there and do that. But and he's just somebody I know Kent used to let him over, and he said, boy only used to go in there. He was on fentanyl and stuff.
So you're saying you and Ken have never gotten high together?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Okay.
No, that's all we've ever done, basically.
Okay.
I have tried to throw other activities in there, but basically it's what it boils down to. But he has a lot of emotions about being left out over the past, not ever having anybody. So I try to kind of make it family-ish, like watch a movie or invite him in, whatever.
Okay. So when you get out of the shower, you let him in. He goes to the bathroom. What happens from there?
He didn't go in there to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so what happened?
He had lied. Is there an officer now where I can pee? I'm going to use it.
All right. Yes, we're almost there. What happens after that?
Do I have to go to jail?
We're still trying to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out how this gentleman has bruises from the top of his head all the way to his feet.
Okay, the only stripe I had hit him in his nose. Like, oh, okay. That's what happened actually. And it's not like I'm not trying to lie. I realize that some of these behaviors look like, okay, well, I have brain damages and I have like things, that's not it. I'm just trying to remember that way I don't tell you anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When I had gotten out, he didn't use the bathroom or anything. He went back in there and sat down, I think. Yeah, he did. He went back in there and sat down. And I don't remember what the conversation was, why he had, and I don't know if it had happened right away. But I was on the phone with I think I was either talking with someone or Facebook Live and somebody was on it. But I went back in the bathroom or whatever, and then he, was, cussing and up and aggressive. And I don't know what he was. I was saying I was not antagonizing him. And so he was coming at me. And so I stopped him one time. I was up against the wall, literally. I could not even get in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
I've never abused anyone on the street. If I know I can overpower someone, like a girl, I'll whoop her in the face with a flip-flop or something. I don't do that. I promise you I didn't. I wouldn't abuse him. That I promise. Anyways, I had stalked him one time, and I had to push him back a little bit to get in. I went in the bathroom, closed the door, and locked it. This film went on for hours. Him just every time that he, not shortly after that though, since that had just happened, I forget what was going on, but I was out in his room. That's what that is. It's his room, doing something. I think I was. I'm not sure. Doing something with the ice or cooking. Oh, I got something to cook. I did, but wait just a second. I don't remember what I was fixing to tell you.
How he got the bruises all over his body.
I know, but there was something. Okay, well, I didn't give him his bruises all over his body. He hit, shortly after that, we were in his room, right after I had to, get him away from me. I suppose I could have shoved him, but he was being aggressive. It looked like he was fixing to hit me. And I probably should have just pushed him. I'm exhausted. And he was aggressive me. He's a man. He looks weak right now. That's not, anyhow, we were in the room, and he had thrown himself. I was still recording, I was over here, he's way over there. He had thrown himself to the floor, kind of like as he was practicing. He was very deceitful. And
So you said, all right, let me back up. So you struck him, you said the nose?
He was
being aggressive to you. So you felt like did he strike you?
He has, and he's not. This kind of stuff has happened before. Okay. He was going to.
So was he drawing back to hit you?
Yes, he was.
He was drawing back to hit you.
He was. I wouldn't lie to you, and I'm telling you, if I felt like he was about to hit me, he was.
Okay, so you strike him in the nose.
I punched him in the nose.
And so then you pushed him.
And then, no, I didn't push him hard. I moved him back so I could get in the bathroom.
Okay. Did he fall down?
No.
Okay. Does he normally walk with a cane?
Not all the time. He does if he has to walk a distance. He uses it more and more lately.
Okay. All right, so you get back in the bathroom. What happens then?
I cooked something. I think maybe I heard something because I came out. That's probably what happened because I didn't know what he hit his head on. I don't think he did it on purpose. But he had fallen. He falls all the time. And he had hit his head on something. I did not do that.
Mm-hmm.
Now the bruises, he bruises very easily. They could have come from me helping him roll over and picking him up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Honestly.
Did you ever strike him with anything?
No, sir.
Okay. So how many times did you strike him?
Once.
Just once? Okay.
Yes, sir. Only when it was necessary to get him away from me.
All right. You never used a weapon?
No.
You never used a bat?
Hell, hold on now. You've got to be kidding me.
I'm just asking questions.
I wouldn't hit anybody with a bat. I wouldn't hit anybody with a bat. You can kill people with a bat. I hit him with one. I'm telling you that's not, anybody that...
So you understand that hitting somebody with a bat could possibly kill them? Yeah, that's definitely wrong, right?
No, if anybody does understand that, I do. I wouldn't do that. If I wouldn't even abuse them with my power, I'm not abusive.
So you only struck him that one time?
Well, no, not completely.
Okay.
I only struck him that one time when this went on for hours. But no, he was fighting me. He did hit me, and all I did was I held his arms down.
Do you have any bruising or anything on you from where he struck you?
Yeah, I have. I don't know if I have a bruise right there or not. I know that I was wrestling too, when he had tried to pull me down onto the ground. He was laying on the ground. He was trying to, I never tagged him. If I struck him, it was only to get him off of me because he was overpowering me. And anything other than that, I held his arms down. I went back in there. This was like just few and in between times.
So how many times do you think that these wrestling you may have accidentally struck him happened?
Now, a lot of those bruises, you have to keep in mind, have come from him hitting himself or scraping himself.
Okay.
I have not abused him.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, I don't know. Just a couple.
Just a couple times that you?
Yeah, just a couple.
Well, apparently you told the gentleman outside that you beat his ass 3 times, right?
No, sir.
You didn't tell him that?
No, sir, I don't even talk like that. No, in Jesus' name, I didn't say that.
Okay. Then why would they say that? It may not have been that words, the exact words, but they said that you told them that you had to beat his ass 3 different times.
No. what I did, I mean, these conversations with those guys, I don't even know who
So
they
why
are.
would they make that up and lie about it?
I don't think that they lied about it. I think that, or made it up like that. It depends on which one you're talking about. You know, I think that Ray might have made some like that up.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I was just in the process of talking to Lee and letting him know that Kent had been absolutely, you know, like I've never seen him before. You know, I don't know, like, why would he say that? That I beat his ass?
Well, you tell me.
3 times?
There's the Bible right there. You're telling me that you did not tell those 2 different gentlemen that you beat his ass 3 different times.
I would never talk like that in Jesus' name. I didn't say that.
Okay. That's your story. This one. I'm just telling you.
I don't
both
even
of them,
either one of
both
them.
of them said that you said that. So that's
Well,
on the
that's
chair.
very interesting. I don't know either one of them. But Lee, I held in high esteem because he supposedly, because he took time to stand there and talk with me. I don't believe it was him that said it. And I do believe that it was Ray if anything was said, because he's the idiot that would, it was very ignorant the way he handled, you know, in passing, I had said, because I thought he had stolen my friend's phone. When my friend dropped my stuff off, she couldn't find her stuff. She had to come back. Ray happened to be outside. You know, I knew I was fixing to leave. Because at first I was going to bathe Harvey and feed him and all that, and still probably would have, but I started getting angry that, you know, that he was the antagonist, or whatever you call it. He was the antagonizer, and now I might miss the guy that's finally going to give me some shelter because I got to stay here and bathe him and stuff. But anyways, I told him.
Why did you feel like you needed bathing?
He peed on himself. He urinated while he was sleeping.
What about all the blood all over him?
He didn't wipe I'm telling you that he intentionally did that. His nose was bleeding. Coming from me right now, it wouldn't sound good for me to tell you the kind of, you know, why he may have been all over the place on purpose and went and called, you know, like he would do that, and that's just what his plan was.
But you already said you struck him in the nose.
Yeah, his nose was bleeding.
So you struck him in the nose, which caused his nose to bleed?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's fine. As long as
I feel a jelly he was fixing to attack me.
we're just trying to get the truth, okay? That's what I'm just trying to figure.
Sir.
So he had blood all over him from when he bled when you struck him in the nose, correct?
He did bleed when I struck him in the nose.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So
The blood being everywhere, that was
why was the blood on his face for so long?
because I was not going to be the blood wiper offer if he's still cussing me out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I did wipe it off today.
Okay. So
I wouldn't let him
when you're outside,
he's not incapable of wiping his face. He did that intentionally, I'm telling you. Just to get.
so when you're outside sitting in the chair, your belongings are out there and you're talking to the 2 other guys. And they go up there and check on
I wasn't
Harvey.
talking to the 2 other guys.
Okay.
I was talking with one.
Okay.
That other guy, wasn't holding a conversation with him.
So they both had seen Harvey covered in blood and covered in bruises.
No, that's a lie too.
Well, they must have, because they're the ones that called the police.
I'm the one that asked them to check on him.
Yeah, when they went and checked on him, they discovered him laid in the floor.
No, they didn't.
Covered in bruises and blood.
I was there.
And Harvey asked them to call the police
Mr. Yancey, that is a lie. That is a lie in Jesus' name. Those officers, did they wear these too? That, Mr. Yancey, that's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the officers, you're saying, is that because you don't believe me or because you
I'm telling you this is what I know to be fact, because they called and it's a recorded phone call. Called up here, them saying these statements.
Mr. Yancey, no, sir. I was in the middle of bathing him. The police got there, and he wasn't in the floor covered in blood and bruises. That's bullshit. And that's what the 2 officers that arrived last. I didn't know that even. Okay, so me.
So you didn't leave when go up there and start giving him a bath when you knew the police were on the way?
I had already been giving him a bath, but I had to, cigarette, get him something to drink, my friends, I had to shower first. I was going to use my shower, like do it while I was in the shower because I was in a hurry. I was filling up the pink bucket while I was in the shower. No, this was already this was already happening.
All right,
Before anything about police.
All right, so you tell them you're down there. You tell them to go up there and check on Harvey.
No, I was asking them when I leave. This is very because it sounds like you know that to be facts, and I know it's a lie. I know it's not true. It's not lies, but it's not true.
Well, I know they called the police because it's a recorded phone call.
Right, I'm telling
That's
you.
a fact
I'm
because it's recorded and it's documented evidence.
Miss Nancy, I'm telling you that the reason why I just cussed is because I have a lot of anxiety. That is scary because I know what actually happened and what you're saying. It's just a misunderstanding, it's a miscommunication. It can be fixed, but that's just not how it happened.
Okay, then how did it happen?
Okay, I was asking them to check on Harvey. Okay, so Ray, in passing, he must have been the one that went because while Lee and I were talking outside, which I had just gotten out of the shower because, okay, so the way everything happened was not how it should have been intended. So Sam, my friend, left. She dropped my stuff off, okay, left. I go upstairs, I get in the shower. I was not in there very long, and Lee was hollering, hey, you know, your friend, my phone. So I came straight on back down rather than going and giving Harvey his bath. I went straight on back down, help her find her phone and stuff. Well, I had already, when I came in from Sam dropping my stuff off, is when I had said, hey, Ray, by the way, you know, because Kent gets raided by him liquor every now and then. He's the one that actually kind of deals with him more, probably. I was like, just check on Kent, you know, I'm fixing to have to go. You know, he's bruised up or he's not. But I was going to make sure also that his mental state was okay before I left, or I wasn't going to leave him. Now, that was in passing going in to take my shower. So Ray, I didn't talk to him again. Now, Lee is the owner's son or grandson. And so Lee, when he came up there and was like, your friend left her phone or lost it, I came back down, and so now it's me, Lee, the guy that works there, and Samantha, found the phone, and then I have all that stuff down there, and Lee was listening to me, and he had offered to let me in the past, you know, get the room for, you know, so-and-so, and I could have my dog with me, and I was just talking to him about that at first, and then about, and then he started listening about, you know, the things going on now, like I'm finally able to change my life and to make a move, go to rehab, whatever. He was listening to me. And so Ray, all of a sudden, you know, that's where the problem came in. That's the drama, he running out, hey, call the cops, he's hurt or some shit. Okay, so that was, you know, after I asked him to, you know.
Because he went up there and found Mr. Harvey laying on the floor, covered in blood and covered in bruises.
Found him.
And Harvey asked that you call the police.
No.
He asked them to and call an ambulance because he'd been assaulted. And Harvey says you hit him with a bat.
Well, I did not. And that's not where he found him yesterday.
Well, he was up on the bed because you went back up there and you were giving him a bath, getting all the blood off of him because you knew the police and stuff were on the way.
I did that because I'm his friend, because I love him.
So why didn't you do it beforehand? Why did you only do it when the police were on the way?
For that. Anyways, I didn't.
So when the police were on the way, all of a sudden you feel like it's your job to do it.
I wanted people to be able to see what was actually done.
Because all the blood all over him
There
would probably
wasn't blood
obscure
all
the view.
over. I'm not going to do that with you, Mr. Yancey. There wasn't blood all over him, and that's not true.
Then why'd you have to go up there and clean it off of him?
I wiped his face so that it didn't look like but Mr. Yancey, I did not strike. I didn't hit him.
Well, I'm telling you what we're looking at, okay? This is what I've been told.
I hit him with a bat, is what he said.
What he said, you hit him with a bat. Now, I don't know. I wasn't there. The only people who was there was you, him, and Jesus, and I wasn't there. But I know he's covered in bruises from head to toe.
Yeah.
And I know officers found you up there cleaning blood off of him. And I know 2 people out there that are downstairs that you admit that you were talking to said that you said, I had to whip his ass 3 different times.
When we tussled, I had to strike him. It's not what I said.
Or what?
That ain't what I said.
It may not have been those exact words, but they're saying you assaulted him 3 different times. You admitted that to them.
No, but I did not. I didn't say that. No.
So how did you word it to him then?
I don't know, but I just told you It was simple. And no, I did not.
So it just went down
I
to
cared
tussling.
for him. I wouldn't talk like that. If I had to put my hands on him, I wouldn't say it like that. I'm quite the opposite that anybody would assume as a drug addict. I wouldn't hurt him. I wouldn't strike him if it wasn't necessary. If I struck him, it's because he had a hold of me. I didn't hit him with a bat, and I don't know why him and my mom, like, I didn't hurt him. I didn't do anything to him that wasn't, I did not, and I don't talk like that. I didn't talk like that at all. The way I worded it to Ray, I said, Ray, if you could just talk, check on Kent while I'm gone, or I'm fixing to have to leave. He hit his head and I'm worried about his mental condition, is what I said to him. Kent banged his head on something. I wouldn't leave him like that, and I'm not a mean fucking person.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even talk like that. I don't talk like that, and I don't beat people's asses. If I can beat somebody's ass, then I don't fight them. I fight for my life, Mr. Yancey. That's the only thing I've done my whole life is fought for my life.
So was Kent holding you against your will?
No.
So you didn't feel like you were stuck there, you couldn't leave?
Yeah, I did feel that way.
Why?
Because if my other option is to go live, I only needed till like in the morning time, man. I could stay in the bathroom, I could sleep in the bathroom. I went to the grocery store, I was going to cook us something. Today was going to be a better day, too. And I wasn't abusing him. I wasn't. I promise you that I would not do that. I don't know that he knows what really happened.
He's pretty foggy.
I promise you that.
But if you look at him, you would understand why he's foggy.
I needed to go be with him. I'm telling you, that lick on his head, and I want to be with him. That's my family, and they didn't even let me.
Do you mind showing me the videos you have on your phone?
They made me leave my phone. I don't know where it's at. It's out there. When I was talking to Lee.
The officers have it?
No. When I was talking to Lee, it's out there somewhere. And I think I may have erased the live ones because I was thinking, well, my Lord, but
Yeah, so you put them up on Facebook Live, but you took them down, right?
Him, it was us. That was to protect me.
Okay.
And yes, when I thought about it, I was like, oh my God, I didn't do anything to be ugly. I only used live because it had other people possibly, like that it wasn't just on my camcorder. Maybe if I needed to call somebody and say, look, can you tell them? I promise you.
So why did you feel like you had to put him on Facebook Live?
It wasn't like that. I've never gotten on Facebook Live before. The reason I'm telling you now, the only reason that I got on Facebook Live, I think the first time was Thursday, because I needed, I don't know if just to record. I think Thursday was to record other people, maybe to reach out to people, and but at Kent's house, I wasn't putting him on live. It wasn't like that. I only had it like nobody was watching it. There may have been 2 people coming and going. That was simply for the recording, so I could have proof that, I'm telling you.
That he was drunk laying on the floor?
No, Mr. Yancey. You got the wrong idea.
I know he was drunk. You said he was drunk, right? So he's drunk laying on the floor.
You got the wrong idea about.
So why else would you put him on live? Because he wasn't threatening you. He wasn't threatening you, holding you, or whatever, right? You said you could leave at any time, right? I'm just asking a question.
But
you told me you could leave, right? At any time you knew you could leave.
I wasn't putting him on Facebook Live. I was in the bathroom. I had my Facebook Live on.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. Let's see. I was talking to a couple. I was going through this. I was in the bathroom, going through stuff. Let's see. I had my toiletries. I just had it on. I never intended to have him be the subject of my Facebook Live.
Okay.
And I wasn't trying to embarrass anybody. I was only trying to, if he was, which he did end up doing. I don't know.
What did he end up doing?
He ended up beating on the bathroom door while you're
So why did he keep coming to the bathroom door every time you go in there? What was his point of that?
No, it was only one time, and then I went on and came out.
Okay.
Mr. Yancey, I'm telling you that I don't know why you feel like you can't understand or believe what I'm telling you.
I believe it. I do. But the problem, though, the issues that I have is the conflicting stories. Two people say that you made some statements. You said you didn't. I don't know.
See, that's crazy, man. I did that for him so that when I left...
But when they were calling the police, you went upstairs. You went upstairs to finally clean him up. And when the officers show up, you're up there giving him a bath. Which they both say he was up there covered in blood. So we know, and you said he had blood on him, so we know he had blood, and you didn't feel like cleaning him up until you knew the police were on the way.
No, it's not that I didn't feel like cleaning him up, Mr. Yancey. He slept. I let him sleep, okay? He slept. I went to the grocery. I made some food. You know, when he got up, you know, now we're getting up for the day. Was praise and worship, okay? I take a shower. It's not like I was not going to deal with Kent before he got some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? It's not that I wouldn't have if he had asked me to. You know, Kent wasn't deal with the bull. You know, I don't know why. I don't.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna shoot you straight here, okay? This is where we're at. Kent has told me that you assaulted him. He told me that you hit him with a bat.
No, but I did not, Mr.
Okay, I wasn't. I'm not there.
Where's a bat?
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I can't say.
Well, I have a feeling like you're like, I'm gonna take his word for it.
Well, the reason I'm taking his word is because he says you struck him. He says you assaulted him. You admit y'all got into some physical altercations. You admit you struck him. You also tell two people downstairs, they've written out statements that you said that you had to whip his ass 3 times.
God, this is surreal, Mr. Yancey. Please, do not. Those two people.
Kent has bruises from the top of his head all the way down to his toes, on the front side of him, on the back side of him, and they are not just like little bit of bruising, they are trauma type bruises. So I don't know what happened.
Bruises like paper.
And that very well might be the case.
Mr. Yancey, anytime, I promise you, he hit me, he grabbed my leg, he was pulling me down. That only happened a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
I did not hit him. Like, if I struck him, the time he was on the floor, I did have to strike him to get him off of me. Because he kept on.
Why was he grabbing you?
I don't know. He was on the floor, and that's how he wouldn't stop. Like, until he stops, like, which usually I can just push him back down, or he was not. Like, last night, he was coming at me full force, Mr. Yancey. I'm not lying to you.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I've never really taken it like, you know, as if he's attacking me. You know, but when he attacked me, I just got him off of me. That's all I did. And I've never hit him with anything. A bat? Mr.
So what are you saying right now?
Mr. Yancey, he's not thinking straight. He called me like he is not thinking right. Please don't do that and take it.
I'm not taking just his word. I'm taking the full picture of everything here.
I should have never said anything to them, and that'll stop me if something. I was trying to make sure
that would have been worse. You should have called the police a long time ago. You should have got an ambulance there a long time ago.
I did not know that. I was going to call them after I showered him. I was talking to him to see, you know, where was it, and I was thinking the same thing. I was about to.
What is sad is two people have to go there and find him, see the condition he's in, and he begs for help.
No.
And they call it the help.
Mr. Yancey, I was just telling him.
And then you know that we're on the way, and what it's going to look like.
No.
So you go up there and try to clean it up,
Mr. Yancey,
get all the blood off of him.
Bull crap, no. I had just been talking to Kent about having to call the ambulance.
Mm-hmm.
He's confused. Mr. Yancey,
those things they're wearing right there has it recorded that you up there bathing him, getting the blood off of him.
No. I was not. He was naked. No. Now this here, he was naked and I was bathing his ass when they got it there. Mm-hmm. I wasn't wiping blood off. Okay. Mr. Yancey, that's a lie, man. Please don't keep me from going to rehab. And I'm saying like that. My 20-year-old is now talking to me. My life, things are turning around in my life because I have been making better choices. Mm-hmm. I did not. See, I don't know where you're getting your information from. That's not true.
I just told you everywhere.
I was washed, but if it's not true, then what? This is going to hurt me bad. and I don't deserve that. I was not abusing him. I was not going to keep him from treatment. I wasn't wiping blood off his face when they got there. He was on, I think I had rolled him back over. Any which way it goes. No, sir. I had just was wiping his backside down. Mr. Nancy, what you're saying is not right, and it's not.
Did you just get in an altercation with your mom, a physical altercation?
And that there is crazy too. Mr. Nancy, I do not abuse elderly people. That is not, I don't know anything else. I can't beg you and plead with you and have you understand. Like with my mom, I've just been desperate for us to get the family therapy. Me and my son are willing to get it, and she's not. And anyhow, with her, I've talked with her about, like my brain injuries and us communicating a certain way. I didn't hit her in the face, man. I've never hit my mom.
So is that what she's accusing you of, is hitting her in the face?
No, it's just that's what had happened is she was in my face yelling. Involuntarily, the back of my arm had come up, hit the back of her head. It was involuntary, I promise it was. And I backed up. That me doing that had caused her a black eye, busted a blood vessel. I don't mistreat people, period. And if he said I hit him with a bat, I just want to be up there with him. I know he's not okay. And then it's not from me. That's from him hitting his head, Mr. Yancey. There is no bat in. I can't imagine hitting anybody with a bat. I honestly can't.
So you would understand that'd be wrong to do something like that, correct?
Mr. Yancey, you don't understand. Like my heart literally hurts you saying that. When I say I couldn't imagine, I'm not clicheing.
I'm not the one saying it. I'm telling you what I've been told. I wasn't there, so I can't say. You know what I mean? I didn't witness anything.
But you're a detective, and you're good at knowing if somebody's lying.
Well, I'm good at looking at somebody that's covered in bruises from head to toe, and he says that person did it to me.
Mr. Yancey, he's not thinking right. There's no.
Especially when there's two other people out there that are giving me a statement that have wrote out a statement saying you said these things,
really
that you did
biting me
it.
in the ass that I was trying to. No. Listen, Mr. Yancey, all I was trying to do with involving them two was that he had, and I didn't realize it, because at that time. I wasn't going to do anything but call the ambulance and my mama when I left. But, knowing, I probably wouldn't have left him like that anyways. I probably would have decided just to, but it wasn't going to be good for me to stay there and to call my mom. Mr. Yancey, he doesn't know what he's saying right now. And if he does, then he's like, I don't know.
But I'm not basing my decision just strictly off what he said. I'm basing it off the entire totality of the situation. You've struck your mom. This gentleman is covered in bruises.
I have brain damage, and that was involuntary.
Well, maybe this was involuntary.
No,
but either way, Harvey's covered in bruises.
I didn't do that.
And you tell two people that you had to whip his ass.
Man, I didn't do that. No, the fuck I didn't tell them that. That's a lie from the fucking devil.
It very well may be, but that's what they're telling me.
It is.
Enough to where they write it down on a piece of paper and sign their name on it to be evidence in a case, in a court of law. I didn't even get to talk to Lee about, I was talking to him about the room. I don't know why I didn't talk to him more about what was going on. If I had had more of a chance to talk to Lee, I didn't say that I had to beat his ass. I promise I didn't say that. Okay.
Mr. Yancey?
Well, at this point, based on the totality of the circumstances of everything I've been told,
please do not do that.
You're going to be arrested today for abuse of an elderly.
Please don't do that.
Well, it's at this point, I feel like I have to speak on Harvey, take over for Harvey, because obviously right now he is in a hospital. He can barely. He's not even
That's bullshit, man. Please.
Well, you definitely can't go up there in the hospital with him right now.
I didn't do that to him. He hit his head.
Okay.
Some of the bruises, like even if we had been fighting, please.
All right, so.
I've never fought him like a part. Like I've never fought him.
I'm gonna walk you back out there. I'm gonna let the officers finish booking you in. After you're booked in, you're gonna be transported down to the Southern County Jail. From there, you're gonna wait for the judge to set your bond. When the judge sets your bond, you can bond out.
I don't have anybody at this time, man. That's the fucking enemy.
Your first court date will be Wednesday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Do you have any kind of questions for me on
Yes,
that?
please don't do that to me, Mr. Yancey.
Well, at this point,
I
it
was
is my
gonna
job.
get him an ambulance. I was washing him. Mr. Yancey, please don't do that. Please let me go to rehab. I did not abuse him, and I'm like.
I think you definitely need some rehab, and I think you need a lot of stuff, all right? But right now, I have an elderly gentleman that's up at the hospital who is
Please, there's no way I did not hit him
that's
with
in
a bat.
extremely bad shape.
My daughter, but I didn't do it. My daughter is counting on me to go. I didn't do that to him. I didn't do that to him. And with my mom was involuntary. Anything done to him was me getting him off of me. I've never even initiated contact. If I put my hands on him, he either put his hands on me first or he was about to. That's crazy. That's bullshit, man. And I never go to.
Well, if you don't feel safe, then you don't need to be there.
It's not that. It's family bickering, you know? It's not that I don't. I said
punching people is not normal for family.
And
putting your hands on each other is not okay in any family.
You don't know my alternatives. And look, no, I didn't know he was up before I got there. I didn't know that, Mr. Yancey. I didn't do that to him. I didn't do that. All those bruises. A lot of the bruises are from helping this man.
Okay. And I listen, I hear you and what you're saying. I do hear your side of the story. But at the end of the day, when the gentleman tells me you did it.
He don't know what he's saying. He can't. He cannot know what the he's saying. And if he does, like yesterday, I was afraid of that. Like him, you know, it was like he did it intentionally. Like, I know it. He intentionally set that shit up.
I'm going to walk you back out here for these officers, okay?
Like a helpless old man, don't he?
Officers returned to search Harvey's house for a bat. While there, investigators continued gathering information from the property manager.
When Tom came in, the door was locked, and he got it open. He was up on the bed, and she had been washing him, giving him a sponge bath.
No, I'm saying, you said that he was out. She was outside talking to the guys.
Yeah, she was talking to me specifically.
Okay.
It was more like she was trying to keep me from coming up here. Because the other guy ended up coming up here while I had her. She was down there trying to tell me her life story.
Yeah.
And trying to get a room. And he came up here and he came back and he's like, hey, you need to go check on him. And I was like, okay. So I started off and she started, hey, wait, no. I got stuff up there I don't want you to see. Yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, I'm still going up here because I was told that he needs some help.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that he's got problems with walking a little bit. So I was like, I'm not going to leave him up here if there's something wrong.
Right.
I wasn't thinking that it was because of her. I was just like, well, because sometimes he gets drunk.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe he got drunk and was laid out on the bed or something. Had trouble breathing. So I came up here. And that's when I found him. And he was laying, this pillow was laid up here and he was laid over the top of it. This pillow right here.
So if she had this window open, she had a bat, she steps on, well, this has been broken. I've had duct tape on it. But I'm just thinking, her paranoid process, she stepped on here and tried to get out the window to try to hide whatever. Is there something up here?
No, there's nothing up there. She would have had to put it on the roof itself.
Yeah.
There's nowhere to really hide it. Plus, that roof wouldn't hold her weight, I don't think.
When you first saw him, what did you think?
I was like, what the hell done happened to him? Because he was laid up. His face was pointing that way.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, call everyone. And I was like, everyone? I was like, do you want me to call EMS and cops? He's like, everyone. And I was like, okay. So I went to call, and I didn't have any signal, and the Wi-Fi doesn't reach up here. I've actually got no bars of signal.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I'm going to go walk down and call. I'll be right back. Well, between me calling and the other guy, as soon as I came down, he came up. Well, she beat him up here, and she had closed the door and locked it, he said.
Mm-hmm.
So while I was down there dealing with that, she had then came in here and gave the sponge bath.
Did you,
but
the blood that you saw on him, how much blood did he have?
It was a lot, like right here in his face.
Okay.
Like he had, like it looked like The easiest thing I could say that it was what I've seen is like a broken nose, a bad broken nose. Like she had just been hit, like dead in the face, maybe once or twice, but hard enough that it just like looked like it was like, and it looked like some of it, like the stuff that was out towards the edge of his face looked dried, where the stuff right in here was like fresh. This right here wasn't like this. The last time I was up here, that little knob wasn't knocked off of that.
Yeah, the knob's on the ground.
Mm-hmm. So I would think that.
Well, she said they wrestled.
Yeah, they tussled a good little bit. And it seems like she said she pushed him. Of course, she wanted a minute, but she said he fell down. That's when he hit his head.
The thing is, he's not that stable, anyways.
To be fighting and wrestling.
I don't know how. Like she seemed like she would be able to hold her own, whereas I know he can't. So it's one of those things.
Like 30 years younger.
Yeah, I was like, is it really a fight at that point?
No.
Well, let's just play devil's advocate and think about it. Even if nothing happened, he just accidentally fell. At no point in time did she get this man any kind of help.
Yeah.
And his face is covered in blood, and if you look at his body, I mean, like when you watch the video tomorrow of all the injuries all over his body, you'll start crying. It's terrible. There's no way, in my opinion, as a human being, forget the law. It's the right thing to do to get somebody help. That's what you do. That's that natural instinct to do that. You know, she does not.
And it would be easier for her to go talk to any of the room people or me, for that fact. Even though I don't really know her, I'm the type of person that if you come in, she knows that because he told her that one time when she was over like a year ago. And she's like, yeah, he'll do whatever you need to do, just tell him. Because whenever he fell down, I was the one that called for the ambulance to come get him when he fell down those stairs. Because he looked bad then. Like, because he fell head first all the way down those stairs. And like, he was at the end with his body, when it wraps around, he had his body wrapped around the side of And that's whenever her mom was trying to get him to get the room downstairs. And I was like, I'll let you swap. And even swap, you don't have to be up here. And he's like, oh, I like it up there. It's nice, peaceful. I'm away from everybody. I was like, well, that's also an issue for somebody that's prone to fall. I would rather you be down here. He's like, no, I ain't doing that. I'll go somewhere else if I have to come down there. I was like, okay, I'm not pushing the issue with you.
Yeah.
I was like, and then her mom was supposed to push the issue. Then he brought me up here one day and was like, well, she's a drug addict. She's got problems and everything. I wouldn't rent to her. And I was like, okay, well, thanks for the heads up. I was like, but she keeps talking to me about it. I was like, I talked to the landlord and told him what it was, and he said no. So I was like, okay, well, that's fine. Well, she kept coming back, and I was like, no, period. That's it. So she stopped doing that, and she started trying to sneak up here and stay. And I was telling him, I was like, you don't need to have extra people up here. I was like, I don't know what's going on up here. I don't want drugs and anything like that. I was like, this isn't a flop house.
Right.
I was like, you paid your rent, you're doing good, you're fine.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't care.
Does he work still, or is
no? He gets Social Security.
Okay.
And that's what he was doing. He was like, well, I'll pay with my Social Security and buy my alcohol and stuff. I was like, I just want you to be safe. I was like, you keep falling down because you keep getting drunk.
And how does mom? How does her mom know him? Just friends?
I guess they've been friends for a long time. I don't know the whole dynamic of it. I know at one point it was almost like they were dating because she'd be over here because he can't drive, I guess, or something. Mm-hmm. So she comes and picks him up and takes him to go get his food and everything, and then brings him back.
Okay.
So, and he's really sweet. It's just he is an angry drunk to an extent, but even that, he's not the type of person that's going to be like, you're not going to be able to physically sit there and be like, this man's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, he's not that type of person because you can tell he doesn't move real fast. And that's what kind of got me was the fact of whenever I walked up here seeing him like that with all his blood on his face, I was like, this man didn't even have a fair fight. I was like, this
and
man
he was sitting where?
He was laid, that pillow was laid up here, and he was laid over the top of it.
Like on his back?
Like on his back. Right
half
here.
On the bed, half on the floor?
Yeah, like his butt was down here, and he was over this. His head was facing this way. And I was like, hey, do you need something? And that's when he turned over, and when he turned over, I saw it. And I was like, yeah, I'm calling someone. Okay. I was like, this is a little too much. And the whole time she's like, he fell down. You don't fall down and it looked like that. Like, that's a lot of blood.
Well, she tells the two of y'all she's beat his ass 3 different times.
She told him. Mm-hmm. She was telling me that she was a Christian and she was going to do good.
Okay.
And that's what I thought was the wildest thing, because that's what me and him were talking about out there, the dude that's downstairs. Mm-hmm. He's like, yeah, she's like, I beat his ass 3 or 4 times, yada, yada, yada. I was like, well, she's down here telling me she's a Christian, she's trying to change her life, go to a halfway house and all this. And that's the reason the woman dropped off the clothes down there, because those were supposedly dropped off parts of her clothes, I guess, from her mom's or something. Mm-hmm. And she dropped them off because it was a church woman, and she's like, yeah, I'm going to help you get this. And she had lost her phone. That's the only reason I came outside today. Like, I came outside because the woman lost her phone. She had left it on the bed of her truck, her Ram truck, backed up, and went down and evidently had slung it into the grass. So I found it. By the time I found it, she came downstairs and was like, hey, what's going on? Like, and I guess she had locked this door. And I know that he sometimes sits up here, locks his door, and goes to sleep. Mm-hmm. So at the end of the day, you're not going to think that much about it.
Right.
And then she's the whole time telling that guy that she whipped his ass. And he didn't tell me until after he got me away from her. And he's like, yeah, she's bragging about whooping his ass. I was like, what the hell is going on around here?
Wow.
I was like, and I play video games, so I didn't hear anything because I'm downstairs and up. Mm-hmm. Into the other part of the trailer that's up there, so I can't really hear anything going on back here unless it's like right down there at the end of the stairs.
I got you.
So I'm like, this is pretty wild.
Even as Erin is transported to jail, she can't stop pleading her case.
My mom don't want to let me get in my from her house, and I just have, the rest of it was in his. Now what? And I'm really pretty sure now I know they were working together, because I didn't know why he kept fucking the phone. That I didn't abuse that man. Never. In Jesus' name, they gonna have to. But I mean, God wins. This is unfortunate. This sucks. But do you know how much the bond is, Miss? What's your name? What's your name?
Poindexter.
Do you know how much my bond is? And that's on Wednesday? God, I just didn't foresee this. I just knew I was making the right choice by not leaving. I mean, but today I was leaving. I was just in the damn process of it. But, oh, wow. Alright. I'm on probation. And I didn't do that. I don't know if he's lying, and I got a feeling he is, because yesterday after he was the aggressor. Like, I had come over his house. He invited me because I have nowhere to stay right now until I go to rehab. And I'm trying to get my mom to give me my stuff from her house. You know, that's all I was waiting on. And he had said I could come over there. And now that I'm thinking about it, is he had already said that when I was at the mental institution, but he changed his mind. Like, he started acting funny when I got out. And I don't know who said what. I don't know what my mama's got going on with him, man. What they got going on because it was so odd the way he kept. I don't know, man. I've never abused anyone. That's, if I put my hands on him, he was coming at me. aggressively. Like on today, he looks like he don't have no sense because he hit his head yesterday. He hit his fucking head. I gotta watch my mouth. I gotta represent God and stop being like, oh Lord. God bless. Oh. What time is it? What is it? 6:19? Oh Lord, I'm definitely not gonna make it back there in time. Oh, and I don't have a bond. Bless you. I don't know what what the purpose of all this is, man. I know the enemy is on my ass, man. Every which way. Now my mama and him, and I got nobody here. I guess maybe I'm trying to figure out is I don't have to go to rehab. Like I was choosing to go to make sure. Well, and I have HIV too, so Ryan White, they helped me with rent and stuff like that. So hell to help me get it here, so I was gonna go there and do the right, do good. My child talking to me. I've never in my life abused anyone. That's crazy. He has bruises because his ass falls all the time. And yesterday he hit his head. So him saying I did that shit, no I didn't. And I ain't lie. Man, lie for what? I'm not the type. I'm not a liar. A lot of motherfuckers lie. No, not me. I don't fuck with nobody. I'm not a social creature. Like, I don't have to lie. So that detective, I just told his ass everything that happened. And then he went to, well, you just did this for now. Like he had to decipher what I was saying. I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't gotta do that with me. And he's conflicting information is what he said. Yeah, I bet it is conflicting. Sure is. The two guys that I had talked to briefly, I had just barely mentioned, I was like, hey, I'm about to leave, I need y'all to check on him. He had hit his head yesterday. And it went from that to, they'd have gone up there and he got blood everywhere. Man, I was trying to make sure he had someone to look out for him. But I had been, decided to call an ambulance anyways. I was just cleaning him up, man. That's nuts. He did that intentionally, man. I mean, the part where, because he threw himself in the floor. I do have that on video. Like, after I had I didn't have to punch him. I suppose I could have tried to see if he might have gone. I feel like when you punch somebody, you're making sure they don't hit you. And when you go take your time to push him by the shoulders back, I wasn't willing to do that. Yes, I punched him in the nose. And then I pushed him back, and then I went back in the bathroom. And then his ass, I came out after a bit, and I was on the phone. I just happened to be recording as well. He had thrown himself in the floor, I promise he did, and I got that shit on video, but now the phone's out in the front yard. I got plenty of witnesses, that's for sure. That's exactly why I was videoing. He's talking about like I was trying to embarrass him. Oh, you had him on Facebook Live because he's like, I'm trying to abuse him and make fun of him and shit. Hell no. Hell no. Never. That's nuts. No, that's not nuts. That's so less than average. This shit is my soul. And what kind of person is he that he can fathom that shit? He's not very good at deciding who's telling the truth and who's not. And I really thought that's what his job was. I really pray that Kent comes to his senses. I did not hit him with a bat. And any time that I put my hands on him has been because he had him on mine. cause he was being physically aggressive. Man, he's, no. It's like, man, so, why are your hands up so light? Okay, well, cause that's what he kept hollering about, was prison. You're going to jail, you're going to prison. I mean, that's all he was hollering. So that's what his goal is, to get me sent to prison instead of, I mean, my God, what a miserable person. My daughter's talking to me finally. My children. And people from church. So, my life's finally coming together. He's miserable as hell, man, because he's got to stay up in that attic, and he don't want to do anything different. I invite him to church, I invite him to meetings, I invite him over for food at Mama's house. He don't ever want to leave the house. He wants to stay there and get drunk. So, I don't know, but it's just a bunch of lies. Fucking lies. I don't have any of the numbers in my phone, man. I'm gonna have to give somebody access to my Gmail to get my contacts. I'm gonna have to get prayed up. God's always with me, but when I involve my sisters, he's able to move different, I think. It makes me regret trying to get somebody. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have been there. I guess I could have got some sleep somewhere else. Still ain't got no sleep. Do you go to church? No?
Yes.
Yeah? Well, if you would, please ask your church family or you and whoever, I'm 38. I've been to the airport in my Brooks Road. I've been got HIV when I was younger. Somebody gave it to me on purpose. I've been fought my way through the streets. I finally changed. God changed my heart about 4 years ago. Gave me a desire for my children and my family. And so I went home, and right now is the most this spiritual battle. It's not so much for my spirit anymore. The battle is the enemy on my ass. This here was, it's just lies. I never have abused that man. And just so happens that I'm going back to rehab to kind of walk out the structure part of it. My daughter, she needs that. My 20-year-old. Not saying I don't really need rehab. I do, but this time it's just very different. I'm going to walk out the rest of this. And my transportation was scheduled for in the morning. I don't know. Will you just pray that God sends me where I need to be, where He wants me, where I'll excel, and let the truth be exposed as well. But just for Him to keep His hand on me, my kids, my family, because it kind of seems like my family is against me. And my church people, they're my family, the ones, it's a couple. But, my mom, my dad's wife, they're, my mama, she's just not capable anymore. But my dad's wife, my brother, and then, I don't got any family so I'm very alone. And I'm sad about that for sure. But so they get to just lie on me. I got nobody to come to help me while I'm here. Everybody's pissed off at me now. Mama doesn't know the real reason. Even though I was begging her every day for us to go to family therapy, she still acts like she doesn't know. I don't know. So we get in the Bible while I'm here, make the best of it, and just learn as much as I can. I was gonna go to theology and seminary this winter, but hell, now it's about gonna be too late to sign up for it when I get out, maybe. circuit court, since it's a an abuse charge, and it, I don't know. You think I'll be able to be sitting here for some months? Okay. Well, my name is Erin. Will you please not forget to pray for me, ma'am? Thank you so much. Like, I feel like my mama's mental health, like my recovery is the key to her mental health. That's how I feel. Like, I know God promised me, you know, that, and I'm walking out the part where at some point in this, she's gonna be alright. She's gonna come, you know, we'll have that relationship and I'll get to make things up to her. This part is just the enemy. I didn't even, like, I've not even lost my temper. Like, if I know that, well, he's just not somebody that can, you know, that has emotional access to me to even make me lose my temper like that. Because I hit him with a bat. It's a fucking lie. And he fell. I think I was on the phone. I was recording some of that stuff on Facebook Live too. And now I got nobody to go look for the phone. I'm gonna call somebody. Lord Jesus. I don't know if that would save me or not, but I'm so fucking sad. And I get in here and I get feeling so alone. And like with everybody around me kind of talking, I don't know, man. They put me, I don't know, just everybody nowadays is so focused on evil and just loose mouth, like they don't even care. I hate that. It makes me feel discouraged.
One female.
Makes me feel, you know, and I guess, I don't know what it is about me that has trouble just knowing that I'm not the same. Like, because I'm no better or anything snotty. It's just, I've got to be different than that. I can't be caught up in the foolishness. And, I don't know, man.
Needing more insight into Erin's criminal psychology and lifestyle, detectives interview her mother and son Mikah.
That's just for recording measures like one.
Yes, it's the same thing as the guys we're on the street, man. It's the same thing, it's just we put it up there on the wall. That is to keep people from running out. And like I said, this is the interview room we use this for. Unfortunately, sometimes interviewing suspects, and you know, sometimes they want to get out of here. So, the reason I wanted to call you up here is, I mean, as you know, obviously I'm the detective that's looking into all this. And I know we talked briefly, you know, here and there when I called you on the phone to come, you know, got your number from the hospital to come up there to be with him. I just kind of wanted, obviously I hadn't really got time to really sit down and to get the whole story. And that's what I want to do. I apologize about that. So, I guess kind of what I'm going to start out is, Mr. Harvey, how'd y'all come to know him?
Well, he and my brother met, and they were both living on the street. And they, you know, became really good friends. And, you know, so we met him through Mike. And, you know, they would come periodically. They would stay with me or live with me for a little bit. And, then they'd get, you know, maybe live in a hotel, or whenever they didn't have something like that, they'd live behind a building, or they do labor work and stuff like that when they didn't have a job. So I met Kent through Mike, and Mike passed away almost 10 years ago.
Okay. So y'all known him over 10 years.
I can't believe it's been that long. Well, we've known him since Erin was a teenager. I can't tell you how old she was specifically when
She's in her 30s now, so it could be 20 years. It had to be exact, just somewhere. I'm just trying to get the feel of
yeah.
So y'all have known him a long time.
She was I mean, she was probably, 15 or 16 years old. It was before any of the kids were born.
I just remember him calling me Hombo, and Uncle Mike used to call. I used to have a Lightning McQueen hat. Uncle Mike used to call me Mater because he was colorblind. He used to hurt my soul.
So just let me get that. What's your name, sir?
Micah.
Micah, and you are Erin's
son.
Okay.
Biological son.
Okay. And obviously, this is totally voluntary. I'm not trying to I appreciate y'all coming to cooperate. At any point in time, that any questions, whatever, that bothers you, whatever, man, just let me know, okay? Like I was saying,
bother me.
I kind of feel like y'all are pretty hardened and pretty, so, and obviously kind of know the truth. And obviously I'm just trying to figure out all the stuff that y'all do know, because that's going to help me drastically on understanding the things.
I think the truth can only help things, so.
Yes, and I mean, in this situation, it's a terrible situation. And Mr. Harvey, man, like I told you, my heart, it hurts me. So seeing him kind of like that, it really, like I was telling my partner, it's really kind of touching with me. So my dad has dementia, and the kind that he's got is they call Lewy body, but it kind of really affects the motor. In that I saw my dad laying there unable to move. His mind was there and working. He just couldn't get his body to do, and it just really hit home. And and just seeing, of course, seeing him, it's just terrible. So, Erin was in her teenagers, I guess, when she first met him. So how was Erin and Harvey's relationship?
Oh, it was always pretty good. I mean, she had more. With my brother, they really had a love hate relationship.
Mm-hmm.
But her relationship with Kent was always pretty good. There have been bad times, and that was mostly because of drugs. There was a time when I got to thinking about this, and I'm like, well, this is actually not the first time she's assaulted him.
She beat Uncle Mike with a spray bottle once. Little
She
Febreze bottle, so she's always been the abusive type.
I think this was back because these doctors put her on stuff, and things don't. She has mental problems, and she has I think everybody's brain chemistry is a little bit different. And where a medication might be for a certain thing, but hers would be, it would affect her differently. Like Ambien, for instance. They gave her Ambien to help her sleep because she was manic. And it made her feel better, so she just took a lot of it, and it made her really mean.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I have called and threatened doctors and said, you can't ever, they'd be like, we can't talk to you. I'm like, no, but you can listen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about you. And I work for a doctor. I'm like, this is not violating your HIPAA rules. Besides that, I'm her mother, and I'm probably on that piece of paper if you want to go look where you can talk to me. But I don't want you to talk to me. I want you to listen. And I would tell her. I threaten them. I threaten them. If you ever prescribe this for her again, because of the effect that it had on her.
Will she get mean?
Yeah.
What do you mean by mean?
Mean,
Oh,
manic, aggressive, physically and verbally, mean.
And that was years ago. The kids were still little. So the crystal meth and the fentanyl is all newer. And the crystal meth and the fentanyl make her mean.
Okay.
And not to mention, she knows how to take fentanyl to a point where she can strictly take the fentanyl. And dude, fentanyl, it only takes so much. So imagine her going and buy a gram of fentanyl. How long that would last her.
Mm-hmm.
She does fentanyl, she literally does the drug. She knows how to do it to where it wouldn't kill her.
Yeah, but the first time she took it, it did kill her.
Yeah.
Well, we found Narcan, used Narcan, with her stuff today. So clearly, there's been some times that it was real close, and the Narcan saved her again. So,
Yeah, she's always wanting everybody to have the,
Narcan around.
She had left one over at Kent's.
well, maybe that's where we found it. So maybe that was from the previous time. I don't know. I just know there was a Narcan. So either he used it or she did. It was used on one of them, and it's a used canister. So, and I mean, it sounds like to me he obviously has a history, I would say, of using narcotics. I don't know him, but
he's a big drinker right now.
that's what I kind of gathered. And that's what she was telling me. So, but Erin told me that they have used narcotics together in the past. So is that something that's known, or is that like?
I'm quite sure they have.
It's true because I've heard an operation of her trying to sell drugs to him. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's true.
Okay. How often does she see him? Does she go over there to his house quite frequently?
She breaks into his house and forces her way into his living space.
Not always.
Not
Sometimes he's obese. He'll like let her come over there.
Well, it was like this time got the best of him, man.
Well, I don't think he let her come over there, but I can't say for sure that he didn't.
It didn't look like it on the Facebook Live that she posted. It looked like he was pretty resentful. Her last, I think, 2 times ago, she broke into his place and forced her way in. And with him being as old as he is, and with his arms being as slim as mine at the age of 18, and he's 60, I would assume that he can't defend himself. So he just sat there and let her run over him, as he should, because it's the safest thing to do.
So you mentioned that she's assaulted him in the past. What do you mean by that?
They were arguing, and he was drunk, and he wasn't supposed to be at my house he wasn't supposed to be drinking when he was at my house, but he had clearly been doing something, drinking or doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember. She probably was too. They got into an argument, and she had a Pirate's cup and hit him with it, and went to hit him again, and he put his arm up, and he broke his arm. And then she took off, and
How long ago was this?
That was a long time ago.
Years?
It was years.
Years ago?
It was
I was
10
little.
years
But I still remember it fully.
Yeah. I remember you said he fell down the stairs. You know how long ago that was?
He's fallen down those steps twice. Because he was drinking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Last year, I think at the hospital they said, somebody said something about last year. And then the one before that, I don't remember, but they've both been within 2 or 3 years.
Okay, so the last time he fell down has been over a year ago, and the time before that would have been further down? Mm-hmm. Okay. 2 times down the stairs. One's a year ago, which I can also find that out through his medical records when he was at the hospital.
Well, he went to the Baptist, so
both of them? Okay.
So they'll both be.
Cool. That makes it easy to know that, okay, a year ago, and...
Did my mother try to say that he fell down the steps this time too?
Well, she said he fell.
Yeah. He fell and got fractures, bruises, and a brain bleed.
I mean...
Is it okay if I were to ask where y'all found him? Did y'all find him at the bottom of the steps, or did y'all find him in his room?
In his room.
Yeah, so he fell down the steps. That makes sense.
No.
Because if he fell down the steps, he would be unconscious at the bottom of the steps, not in his own room.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of what one would suggest.
Yeah. Sarcasm isn't very sarcastic.
I agree. I don't feel like she was going to be able to pick him up and carry him and put him back in the room.
They didn't say that she said he fell down the steps.
Yeah, she never told me that he fell down, but she may say that later. I don't know. I'll be honest with you. She admits to being there, which, I mean, obviously she can't deny that because she was there. And of course, in the Facebook Lives kind of put her there.
Yeah.
She admits that she struck him, but she says she never struck him with anything. She admits she says I punched him in the nose, which caused him to have blood. He had blood all over his face and stuff like that. But that's all she admits to. And she says he got the bruise on his face when he fell. So I'm not saying he didn't fall, but I still am kind of like him. I'm of the opinion it doesn't make. I don't think any normal person would think that you fell one time and you got that much damage to you.
He would have to weigh a couple, like 500 pounds.
Especially, like I say, especially with that kind of force. I mean, every doctor that I've talked to, the one at Baptist, and I talked to the one up there, and I mean, obviously they're saying that it would take tremendous kind of force to break those certain bones that are broken right now.
What's broken, if I may ask?
Man, I'm gonna be honest, a lot.
Like
I'll
in here and up here, and does he have fractured skull?
I'm not 100% sure on that. And I don't want to speak on that because I may say something. I am getting the medical records. I'm subpoenaing them, so I will know officially. But as of right now, just he's got a lot of stuff that's broken.
Understandable.
I don't know about it there.
Yeah, she may know a lot more. She's actually been in the hospital and they're coming and treating him. So that's another reason why I called her and was to get to know more. I'm going to ask this, and please don't take this the wrong way, but she made a statement that her and Ken had been sexually active in the past. Is that something that's known? Is that true, or do we know if that is the case?
I'm not sure.
No, but
there's been friction in the air. Like, I'm sure that's true.
Okay.
Her and Ken have been sexually active.
Yeah. There are some things that you don't really need to address too much right here.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to touch ruffle any feathers. Like I say, if I'm asking something that's offensive, please, hold. She told me she did, so I'm just trying to say.
I don't know. I have suspected that there was a possibility because of the drug use.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Yeah, and of course I watched the Facebook Live, and of course you see him asking for. He knows she's under her, or he's under the impression she's in the bathroom getting high.
Yeah.
Of course, then he asks for some. Give me a little bit. Or she, if she doesn't. I'm gonna ask that too. What does his room normally look like when you go over there? Is it disarray, or is it pretty organized and clean and tidy?
Pretty organized and tidy, yeah.
Decently nice, yeah.
Yeah.
He takes care of himself.
Yeah.
But when she comes over there, she dumps stuff everywhere.
Man,
so
you don't even want to see the pictures of her house when Mom was living over there. You don't. You would probably. It's horrible.
It's still in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a long time because it takes time.
Yeah. So, if she's been violent, why does he allow her over there and put up with it? Why does, I guess this is my question. I mean, if she has a history of being abusive, and which I'm kind of like him. I remember you told me she wasn't supposed to go over there, and if I want to say she said he told her not to come over there, but she said she had nowhere. And I'll have to go back and watch the video when we were talking. It's just been so much this week. I have to go back and listen to her, but I'm pretty sure she told me he had told her not to come over there. But why would he call the police or just call somebody to get some help to get her out of there?
He was drinking heavily before she got there.
Yeah, and you can see that in the video. But I mean, he's in his own house. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not anything wrong with that. And he'll tell you himself that what does he say? He's easy. That's usually what his terminology is. That he's
pushover.
Easy. He's a pushover.
Even if she would, knowing that she might hurt him?
He wasn't thinking that she was going to hurt him. And that was not in his mind. Okay. And I don't think it was in hers. I mean, I don't think it was in hers. She has become, it's been a problem because she got started where she was kind of pushing me around and stuff, and that's why I had her arrested.
Yes, ma'am. You told me she blacked your eye.
Yeah.
When did that happen? Back in last month?
Towards the end of July, I think.
Okay, did you file a report on that?
I did not.
Okay, because I was looking for that. I was trying to see.
When I went over there, I didn't go immediately. And when I went over there, when I went over there, I did talk to someone, and I think that was a Sunday night, and I think this happened on, Saturday. So this is, I took these pictures on July the 23rd and the 24th. So, when did Taylor in from that first time?
July something of July.
So it
was
probably
right
was
after the 4th of July, July 10th, July 12th.
22nd. Anyway, they were saying that I needed to, instead of coming up there, that if something like that happened, I needed to call them to the house. Or I went back and I talked to this, what was that guy that y'all talked to?
Marshall.
Marshall. I went
Yeah,
back.
he's a desk sergeant, or desk officer.
I went back. I went back at a later date and talked to him, and he said that I needed to, when things were happening with us, that I needed to call them and have them come to the house rather than me coming. And I to the station, and I told him, I said, that's easier said than done, because when she's like this, and this stuff has been building up, and but it would be like if she even thought I was picking my phone up, I would have to fight her for my phone, because she would try to take it.
Can that be counted as a hostage situation?
Could be. I mean, kidnapping. I mean, if you still won't allow you to leave.
I think you need to give him any ideas. This is bad enough as it is.
Yeah, and so the charge. Let me explain that. So there's a statute. Obviously, she was first charged with abuse of elderly or the person that can't really do
no charges.
So that's the one. So we started out with that because that's what kind of fit the crime. Obviously, at first I did not know the extent of his damages.
Oh yeah.
I mean, my gosh. I mean, pretty much. I'm gonna be honest. Every doctor I talked to basically told me he was not going to make it. So the fact that he is alive, it is. I mean, I don't know if you believe if you have faith or whatever, but I do, and I do believe that.
Christian.
Yes, I do believe that there is a higher power that's helping him out. Because I'm gonna tell you, nobody. I mean, you actually heard the doctor there. She was wanting no next to kin basically because they were getting ready. Like this is fixing to be like they did not expect him to make it. So. That's why the charge got upgraded to match that, and that's why. Because he was
manslaughter.
It's just
attempted murder.
It's at this point right now. It's an attempted murder because of the fact that he basically was expected to die. Thank God he pulled through. I mean, he's tough, and I've
told everybody I still have a little trouble, and I'm her mother. I get that, and it's hard to be objective. But I'm trying to be objective about it. But
yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't look.
Scroll through.
You don't mind which way do I swipe? Left or right?
I don't know.
looks like it's right.
Okay.
Yeah, you got bruises all over you too.
Lori Nancy.
Good Lord.
So I went over there on. Yeah, she hit me, and you could tell it surprised her.
So what's that? Does she have a certain thing that triggers her? Because I mean, obviously, judging you have bruises on your eye, your arm, your chest. I mean, you're covered in bruises everywhere. So this doesn't look like just one thing.
The craziest part about it is they wouldn't charge her with anything either. Like the police would not take her when Nana tried to say something about that.
I mean, that's on multiple places on your arm.
She's 69 too. She is of age of protection.
Well, I mean, the law that she should have been arrested. But anyway.
Well, when I went over there on Sunday, and I don't know the guy I talked to, that was not when I talked to Officer Marshall. It was somebody else.
Marshall was all about it. Like he was like, she needs to go on ahead.
Yeah, but when I went to talk to him, he basically couldn't help me.
Not much you could have done that night.
But the guys when I went over there on Sunday, And I told them that she had mental problems.
Yeah.
And so they got, is it
CPS?
No,
CIT?
CIT.
Yeah, crisis intervention. They're just
Yeah.
trained to help. They just have special training, understand that manic and different things like that, and need how to
To
talk
meet
to them.
them, so they came to my house, and I drove back to the house, and I stayed in the car, and they went and they talked to her. And I think that they thought that they might be able to do some kind of an emergency thing, and she had something going on.
Chemical burns
Yeah, she had those chemical burns. That's what it was.
on her neck, right, and her chest. Chemical burns all the way up to her face.
I'm going to tell you
Yellow, blue, and purple.
a couple of different things that she's done that are kind of, will show you kind of what I'm talking about. She's not been right in her mind. She is not. This is, even though there have been times of physical violence on occasion, this is still kind of hard for me to wrap my head around that she would do something like this, because it's just not.
And that's why I have you in here and I'm asking these questions, is because I can't understand this level
I know.
of somebody that
I
seems
can't.
like he genuinely cared about her.
Yeah.
And was giving
He cares about everybody.
So that's what I don't understand, and like you, I can't wrap my mind about what made you this mad.
Exactly. I really can't.
Now, I understand she also said she hadn't been to sleep since,
She hadn't been asleep for days.
yeah, so she's,
drugs.
yeah,
They let her out of that. They let her out of the state hospital in Tupelo on Wednesday.
yes, so that's
She
what
was
she
just
told me.
gone
She'd
the
been
week
going
before.
hard,
Did
she'd
you
been
look
going
up
hard since she got out.
The records on that,
Do what now?
where I had her committed and what did she
Yes,
did.
and she told me she got out Wednesday. So I think if I remember correct, she told me she got out and then she went to Sycamore View. She hung out there in hotels for a while. Then she went to Sam's, like Sam's. I think that's a girl.
I don't.
And then that's how she
Did
wasn't
she go
even
to Sam's as in a person? Did she go to
same
Sam's?
person. Like
No, she went to Samantha.
Maybe that they call her Sam.
Yeah.
I,
So
I don't know Samantha. But there is, well, and I don't know how Erin knows her.
it must have went. I assume it must have went bad because she had to get. Obviously, she said she had nowhere else to go. So I would assume Samantha didn't want her there no more.
No, she went to one of her friend Nick's and he kicked her ass out too.
Yeah, I think she did mention. Yeah, I think she did mention Nick.
My bad
Thank
for
you
the
very
language.
Yeah, I think she did mention Nick. Now that you said that, and
So I didn't know she was supposed to go to Nick's, and I don't know. How did you talk to her? How did you know she went to Nick's? Did she actually go to Nick's?
I just hear things.
Okay.
I told you I sit back and listen. I don't do my
she
She was supposed to go to Nick's, but I didn't know if she actually ever went
She
to
did, and
Nick's.
she stole stuff from him. She stole some.
How'd you get that information?
Just listen.
Say,
She stole some.
my partner's real good at that too. Like she sits back and listens, and you'd be surprised how like the stuff she picks up on.
Oh, I try.
She
Yeah.
stole some woman's shoes, some clothes, some makeup, and all this stuff. And then on Facebook Live, when she finally went and was like, "Oh yeah, I did do that. I did this and that, and hey, you can come get these shoes." Just
Well, I
crazy.
figured she was going to end up in jail, but I was hoping that it would be something out there and she'd do something and they'd pick her up and then she'd end up back that way.
Yeah, we didn't
Because she just needed.
want it to be something like this.
No, nobody wants this. So when I talked to her, she was under the impression she got there Saturday night, but she was so out of it. She's been up for so long and so high for so long that her days were basically. That's what happens a lot. Like they'll tell you, I can't tell you what day it was. I just know this happened. And that's kind of how I think where she was at. She was like, no, I got there Saturday, but we know she was there Saturday because the Facebook Live puts her there early Saturday morning.
Right.
So
I missed a phone call from Ken at 1:22 a.m. on Saturday morning.
1:22 a.m.
That is very, make sure, I think that's was the time. That is very unusual. Ken does not call me unless there's something wrong. He doesn't call me.
It may have been when she got there.
And that's what I'm thinking, and I was asleep, so I missed the call.
Can't see nothing from her Facebook on my Facebook anymore. So I can't go back and look at her lives and try to connect dots to see when she got there.
1:22 a.m.
1:22 a.m.
Yeah. And I called him at 8:05 when I woke up and I saw that he had called me. I called and did not get an answer, and I did not talk to him. I called a few times on Saturday.
I was just fixing to ask, did you take them did you take him or her to Kroger Saturday?
No, I didn't see either one of them. I wouldn't have taken her to Kroger on Saturday.
And I'm asking that, and I'll explain why. We found a receipt, the Kroger receipt there in the house, and it's got, and of course it's with his cards. So obviously, we're thinking at some point they went to Kroger. I'm trying to figure out if he went, she went, if you took them, because there was no vehicle, so I just wanted to know.
And there was a receipt on Saturday? For Saturday?
She probably had someone take her. She has more access to rides than Kent does.
Yeah. That was my next question is, does Kent get other people taking you, or is it pretty much just you?
No.
Very rarely. But it's pretty much just me.
That's okay.
She runs his errands for a majority of the time.
But she might have had somebody come and pick her up and take her to Kroger.
Okay. Is there a relationship close enough where he would give her his debit card to go?
He doesn't have a debit card.
Kent doesn't have much of anything. Kent barely has family.
He has.
It may not be. It's probably
his Truist card's not.
Yeah, that's probably right.
And he doesn't have any money in the bank, and I can show you that.
Okay, and I'll show you the cards.
Is that an iPhone? That phone?
This one?
No, the one.
This one, yeah.
Which one is that?
The 10.
Oh.
That is his food stamp card.
Okay, well, so there's several other cards there too that were with him.
Now he went to the. When did he go to the store?
He's got a SunTrust.
That's a savings.
Okay.
He messed up when he set up his bank account for his Social Security, for his disability check to go into.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I didn't go with him, but he set it up as a savings account and not a checking account, and we've never fixed it. So he just goes and gets all of his money out of the bank, except for a few dollars.
To keep it open.
He'll go and get all this, because he deals in cash. He doesn't use debit cards.
I got you.
He'll go get his cash out of the bank, and he'll put his rent money back, and he buys his groceries and whatever he gets with cash. Now, recently, this U-card, the insurance, because he's on Medicare now, because he turned 65.
Yes, ma'am.
So he's on Medicare now, and he, I guess this is, because I have one too, but with his, he can get, they put money on there every month, and this just started. They put money on there and he can buy food with it, but it has to be healthy food. It can't, there's certain things, and we're still trying to figure out what he can and can't buy with it.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Healthy food.
yeah, but it does, I mean, it helps him because he doesn't, that way it helps him buy food.
It can be considered unhealthy.
Huh?
I said if you eat 10 steaks, it can be considered unhealthy if
Well,
you drink too much water.
They have criteria, and they have criteria. It's a health insurance.
It's not stupid.
And they
if
have
you drink too much
criteria.
water, you can kill you.
Because I
So what
tested
can be
it.
considered healthy?
Stop.
All right, so like I said, that receipt as you show, it shows it Saturday at 8:49 p.m. So we were just wondering if if you had went over there and gave him a ride. Is it normal for him to give cards for her to go get them food, or are they that close, or would he ever trust her with his cards?
So he completely.
He might give her his food stamp card.
Okay.
She probably stole it.
I wonder if he got, because he didn't. Let's see, what was the date? No, because it's not the 20th.
When was he found like
He wouldn't have
that?
had.
Sunday, about
Can
2:30.
I see that receipt again? Does it show?
The
Do
date
you
and
have
time?
that receipt?
Yeah, I have evidence, but there's pictures. It's 9/16/23 at 8:49 p.m. It's time stamped.
But I want to see what card was used.
So
Or was it cash?
It was.
I don't think he had any cash, but he might have had a little bit. She might have had it.
EBT food purchase.
But is it his?
4219.
Okay. Well, then he had some money on there that I don't think he gets his food stamps till like 21st. We sent in his stuff, but he didn't think he was going to get money on his food stamp card this month. He thought he was going to get it till next month. So it's possible that they put some money on there, and he had some money on there.
Okay. Like I said, another reason we were kind of wanting is not to kind of explain that is if you went and took him, then like you saw his condition, you know, to see, so Saturday night, he was still good. Like he went to Kroger, like he wasn't in any bad.
Oh, Saturday
so he's kind of
he
giving
was
us a time frame of when this may have happened. You know?
Saturday he was fine. He was just drunk. I saw it on the live. He was just sitting in his bed. He looked like Uncle Ken. He was conscious. He was okay. He was just drunk out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He was okay Saturday.
Well, but you don't, and this is what I was going
He was
over
alive.
this. Yeah, but I was going over this too, but as well. Because the Facebook things that you're talking about were at, what, 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning, stuff
Yes.
like that. And I was like, well, we know that he was okay then because I saw
You
one
can see
of
him
them,
clearly, yeah.
and you could clearly see that he
He's
was
fine, no bruises, no nothing.
So, but what he's saying is we don't, and I think this probably happened, you know, from what I can figure out, I think it happened on Sunday. But we don't know, you see what I'm saying? We don't know for a fact because those Facebook, now she did some other ones that got taken down.
Yes, what you were telling me, yes ma'am.
I didn't see them, I'm glad I didn't see them.
And I want to talk about that. I remember you said that what did you hear was in him? I know you think you said he was in the floor naked?
No, I heard that he was naked.
Okay,
Or
I'm
didn't
sorry.
have any underpants on.
Okay.
No, that he was naked.
Did they tell you what else was going on in the videos or just some more ramblings?
More.
It's I'm a retired prostitute and give me money, yada yada.
That was the one from Sycamore Views.
Are you talking about the one from the one in the apartment? All it is just rambling and talking about random stuff, and randomly she would come out of the bathroom and talk to Uncle Ken, and there's nothing really, it's just BS.
Okay, but there were some other ones later,
They
and
got
I hope
taken
you
down.
didn't see them, they got taken down. But I was told that in one of those that she did this thing where he was telling her to leave. And, you know, I didn't think to ask that person if those were on Saturday or
Yeah, see, you see what I'm tracking. I'm trying to figure out the timeline of when this possibly
They were on
happened.
Saturday, but I don't know because I did not see them. And but she did this thing. Because he got up and he told her to leave, and I guess he was walking towards the door, and she was like, "Don't come at me," you know, like she was going to have to defend herself, like she was scared of him, kind of a thing, which is ridiculous.
Would she have any reason to be scared of him?
No.
No.
The poor
And
man
shut the
can't
door.
defend himself.
The worst thing he's going to do, the worst thing he was going to do, and he probably did, because when he's drunk, he's an ass.
Mm-hmm.
When he's drunk, he's obnoxious. That's why he can't live in my house. Because and a lot of times when he's drunk and he calls, and because we talk a lot, and the way he speaks, and it's very impressive, and I tell Mikah it's a guy thing, I guess, because my son talks like that, where he's very aggressive and very rough, and I'm like, I don't want to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to listen to you now. But he's a real jerk when he's drinking.
But he doesn't get violent.
No.
Okay.
No, him and my brother would fight. They did fight. They would get. My brother was when he drank, he wanted to fight.
Mm-hmm.
But he and Kent used to fight all the time.
Well, I can't say that me and my buddies had tied up a time or two when we were.
But they drank a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And they did drugs. And so periodically they would just fight. But Kent's a real ass when he just talks though. But I can see where, because he's made me mad enough a couple times. I probably would have said, stop, wanted to shake him. I never did that.
Is he the kind of guy that you feel like would ever strike you?
No.
Would he ever strike a woman?
I don't.
No.
I don't feel like he's that kind of. I mean, I don't know him, but
when I was like,
he has said a few times lately that, and I can't remember exactly how he said it, that he would, if she hit him, he would defend himself. So it's very possible in his drunken stupor that he tried to fight back if she hit him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can't really so much blame him because she has obviously, which are assaulted in the past and used weapons. So
I mean, obviously, you may be kind of scared.
I was maybe 6 or 5. My uncle Michael Osborne, he was drunk and he tried to put his hands on my grandmother, and Uncle Ken choked him.
Because, like I said, from what the vibe I'm getting from it, it sounds like he is a pretty loving, caring kind of guy.
Yeah, he is.
Even though she does these things to him, he still lets her do these things because
he gets all upset and then
he's too soft to really put his foot down and put her out.
Yeah.
Or be mean to her, get her arrested, or whatever it takes to get her gone.
Yeah.
He'd just rather put up with it than.
And I think that I don't know this, but, and, you know, Kent will have to tell us, but I think it's possible she took his phone and he wasn't able to call anybody.
They might be. I mean, and the reason I say that is because you've told me before that, you know, she'll act crazy if you actually, you know, fight you for your phone. If you even just pick it up, her paranoia. And it sounds like if she, I mean, from what I've gathered from what she talks, it sounds like she was pretty out there because she's not
I have no
slept.
idea what she was.
Sounds like they were a party. He's drinking, she's using drugs and keeping it from him. I guess she didn't want to share.
Well, I think she did share it with him because he did have that in the system, but
might have been,
I
yeah.
think, and that's the only way he would have gotten it because I don't think he had the money to buy anything. I could be wrong because I don't keep up with his cash.
You got you.
All I know is sometimes, you know, I kind of know by what he buys and what he tells me and stuff like that. He's been doing better with his money recently, in recent months. Like, you know, because for a while it was, his money would be gone by the 15th or shortly after. And then he would ask me to, you know, buy him some alcohol or something towards the end of the month, or cigarettes. I buy him cigarettes. Well, I got him started where he's buying a carton of cigarettes at the beginning of the month now, so he can last, cigarettes last. And he's just really been making an effort not to do that and to take better care of his money and stuff. But I still don't, and I don't know how much those kind of drugs cost.
Yeah.
But I don't think he had the money for drugs. I could be wrong.
I got you.
What was it, Crystal?
In his blood, I'll know for sure when I get all the medical records. Like I said, I've already got a subpoena. I was going to drop my partner. I'll drop it off at the hospital tomorrow. It should take, don't take them usually too long to get them, so I'll have them eventually. I'll know for sure everything that was there.
Probably the worst thing he did was mouth off.
Yeah.
But I mean, he could have.
That's what I think. That's what I've been thinking the whole time ever since I heard the situation. Kent, he mouthed off and she beat the shit out of him for it, pretty
He
much.
could have made a move to protect himself or to fight with her.
I've never seen Kent make a move on anything.
He doesn't normally do that. That's not a. But I mean, you don't
That's
know
like
what
standing
somebody's
up
going to
to a
do when
bully
they're drunk.
sometimes. Some people say they're going to stand up to a bully, but they don't do it.
But when people are drunk, you just don't know what they're going to do. I've seen it too many times, and that's why there's no alcohol in my house.
So, and obviously, I guess, when was the last time y'all know that she put her hands on him? Because in that video, I see, she says, I'll put my hands on you. And he's like, oh, I do, so.
That was.
Which, I mean, obviously, it's hard to say because, it's been going on.
11, 12 years
Last time she was over it, she hit him. She always hits him, all the time.
Was this maybe this was right after, because Uncle Mike wasn't there. Maybe this, because I'm thinking 10, 11 years ago. I've been in that house 9 years in June. He's been in his apartment 9 years.
Kent cried after she did that to him, so Uncle Mike was dead.
I think so, because Mike wasn't there. No,
Kent's been
Mike
sad.
wasn't there. That was after Mike died.
Yeah.
So it was probably, Mike's been dead 9.5 years. So he died on December the 1st, and this probably was not long after that, because we were still in the house on Hackberry. And then I moved in this house, because I had to take the money that I had saved for my house and pay for Mike, because he didn't have insurance or anything.
Yes, ma'am.
And pay to have him cremated and stuff, and then I moved in this house in June. That was kind of the timeline. Mike died in December, so this would have happened after Mike died. So this would have been about 9 years ago, or 9.5.
That's when she broke his arm with a Pyrex cup.
What is a Pyrex cup?
They're real heavy glass.
My glass measuring cup.
Pyrex is the good stuff. It's the thick,
It's
heavy.
good stuff.
Yeah, it's the best way. The real heavy duty, like it's good to go. You ain't gonna break it real easy.
Well,
You
there
gotta
are
put some force behind it.
records at Delta
It's
Medical.
like a Crown apple ball when you can't break it.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly. Real thick, heavy duty glass. So you're saying the last time she was over there, she assaulted him?
Yeah, that's what I heard. She's always hitting Ken.
Oh, I don't know when this was, but there was a time, it wasn't that long ago. I can't, was it since she came back and from the rehab in January or February? So has it been in the last 6 months or was it before that?
It's been in the last 6 months.
I was gonna say, when was the last time? You just answered I took the question on. When was the last time you think she was over there?
Oh, I don't.
Man, like maybe 4 weeks, like a month or so.
4 weeks, a month ago?
Every time she goes over there, from what I've heard, she hits him. Rather it's severely or rather it's just a little, she hits him.
Oh, man, my poor guy.
This was, I mean, nothing like that happened for a really long time. And then there was an incident, I can't remember when it was, but it wasn't a long time ago. It was within the last year. I don't know if it was in the last 6 months or not, but it was within the last year. And she did go over there. She was over there. I can't remember what the circumstances were while she was there. And they were probably drinking and stuff. And she took his phone. And that's why I thought she probably took it this time. And when I went over there, because I couldn't get him on the phone, and I went over there, and I would force my way in. I pushed my way in, she wouldn't let me in. And she pushed me and stuff. Ken was sitting in the chair, and that, he was sitting in the chair, and she had, he said that she had pushed him down and then mocked him because he couldn't get up. And when I was there, I can't remember what I did about all that. I think I made her leave. I don't remember. But while I was there, that's what he's talking about.
This is the type of shit that started touching my feathers. I wish I ain't never heard that, the whole mocking part. That's pathetic.
And she just knocked his hat off his head, kind of a thing. I mean, just
that's disrespectful.
picking at him.
That's like somebody taking their hand and pushing your face back type of disrespectful.
So let me ask you about this. So she said she had 77 college credits.
She was doing online college. She was taking courses. I don't know how many she has. I don't know.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, and I'm asking y'all a lot of things because I'm just trying to see how truthful she was with me. I'm just trying to see what can I take what she told me for because she told me, she goes, if I had it wrote down exactly, I'm pretty sure she said 77.
I have no idea.
So also she's pretty smart. I mean, she's a smart girl. Sounds like, she's educated. She's, achieved, obviously, did she get her GED or high school? GED, I think is what she said. But she's got her GED, and then now she's moved on to college. Not a lot of people do that. So, she's educated.
She's well capable. It's just the drugs that she can't get over.
That is obviously, so it sounds like she's just, the main thing is this addiction.
That's all.
She's just got it.
And one thing I can say is that when she gets sober and she realizes that she's almost killed Kent, she's going to be real guilty and she's going to regret all of it. And she's probably not even going to, she might not even understand why she's in prison if she's going to go for the rest of her life.
She may not remember doing what she did. So very well, I don't know. I unfortunately have never used meth. I've never used fentanyl. And so I've never been up for a week on end. So I don't know. Is there things you don't remember? I would say that's probably a possibility. So I don't know. Maybe she doesn't even remember doing it. Maybe she got so angry. I don't know. I don't even know if that's even a possibility.
She does tell me that, she treats me and Nana like garbage, but I'll never let her put her hands on me. She treats me and Nana like complete garbage, and I got her when she was sober, when I knew, I could hear it in her voice that she was sober, and I said, do you know how you treat me and Nana when you're off of the meth? And she said, no. Which is, it's really sad that she doesn't, because I'm sure if she did, she wouldn't know how to live with herself.
Mm-hmm. So,
That sometimes is part of what keeps people from getting sober.
don't want to face the reality of what you've done.
Yeah.
Which, obviously she's got a seriously bad addiction problem.
She has mental problems, and I firmly believe that, and this was the whole thing behind the commitment, is that, and I have discussed this with, I started seeing a therapist, and I've discussed this with her, and that if Erin could get, I feel like, possibly, if Erin could get her mental problems leveled off, that she could maybe beat the drugs. But unless she gets her mental problems under control, I don't think she'll ever be able to beat the drugs.
And I'm not saying she doesn't have anything, but if she has the mental problems, you throw in not sleeping for weeks on end.
Well, that's part of bipolar, but it's also part of it is absolutely a product of the using the meth.
Yeah, exactly. So you throw in all the drugs, and then you throw in not sleeping for 5 days plus, whatever, however long the binges last that she gets on. Obviously, you're not going to be in your right mind. So whether she's got mental problems or not, she's already in a bad state because she has to sleep. After a while, you get crazy. You get, you have to get sleep. And so then if you throw in she does have mental issues, that's just on top of it, and
just stacking stuff.
Yeah, it's all this stuff. It's a recipe for disaster,
It is.
We deal with people all the time. They go and rob stores and all kind of stuff, and they're often this crazy. Yeah, exactly. Not my last case I got later on, a young lady in stolen cars, so she's like, I would have never done all this if I was sober.
Right, because people do things that they wouldn't normally do.
So she told me she's worked before,
Erin has never been able to hold down a job.
Yeah, that's kind of what I got her from. She was telling me, I was like, you ever what? Because I want to see who people are when I talk to them. I'm not just trying to I'm trying to get a feel for me. So that's what I'm saying. Obviously, she sounds like she's educated and very smart and capable, as you're saying, because she's accomplished a lot. A lot of people don't, especially here in DeSoto County, don't really get to high school and then move on and get to college credit. So she's done that. But she said she had a lot of jobs, so I kind of gathered she doesn't keep them very long. So not that she named a whole slew. So she's had jobs.
We should have had her on. Well, she should have gotten on disability years and years ago. And we've actually tried several times.
What all has she been diagnosed with?
She was diagnosed with bipolar disorder when she was a teenager.
Okay.
And I tell people, and they look at me like I'm crazy, and they say, no, you can't be right about that because blah, blah, blah. But Erin had problems from the time she was a child.
Yes, ma'am.
I think that some of the things that she had, some of what's going on with her, I think she was born with because she didn't sleep very well as an infant. That's your first clue. She didn't like to be held a lot as an infant and rocked and stuff like that. She didn't want to be held. She had behavioral problems when she was a child. She was diagnosed, as she said that somebody recently told her that she was misdiagnosed and she was not bipolar. And that is a crock. Because she should be the poster child for being bipolar. And that's before, this is the thing. Everybody pretty much wants to assume that it's all the drugs. The mental problems came before the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
The drugs are a result of self-medicating because she had mental problems.
Okay.
And then she's exacerbated that because she's added PTSD and traumas, things that have happened to her out on the street. And then you add that into the mix, and then the drugs change, and the way the drugs affect her, because they're different drugs and the way they affect her, that changes.
How many times has she gone to rehab and things? I sound like I was gonna say, because I heard you mention that a couple times, like, the last time, Will. So I mean, I know you obviously sounds like you've been doing your best to try to get her clean and things like that. So she's gone a lot. So has she seen it through, or is it just not working for her?
She
stayed the whole time?
I could be wrong, but I've tried for years to get her to go to she has really bad claustrophobia, and she has anxiety issues. She has issues with being around people and stuff, a lot of times. So I tried for years to get her to go to a long-term program, like a year-long program.
Yes, that's something that's going to take a long time.
When I say long-term, some people think long-term is a couple of months. And when I say long-term, I'm talking about 12, 24 months. And, so our ideas of what long-term is different with some people. But she did go to a place in Knoxville, and she went through, she didn't go all the way through the program. She's never, well, she won't do the year, like a really long-term program. But she did go through, like, I think she was in the second or third phase of it. And she came home. And then she went, we took her in December last year.
Yes, ma'am.
It was horrible. And I told her not to come back. And she did. And it's been really bad since then. Even when she came back and she was sober, she was not right. I mean, she came in and immediately started pulling stuff out of the cabinets. She was going to pack her stuff and do this. Well, she just pulled stuff out of the cabinets. And then she started almost like, oh, this is when they had her, because she was on this program where they put her on the Suboxone. Mm-hmm. And when she came home from that rehab, they had her on Suboxone. And I'm telling you, her behavior on Suboxone was as bad as when she was using drugs.
Yeah, trying to get her off the fentanyl and stuff, heroin and stuff, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I talked to my doctor about that, because I didn't want to put her on the Suboxone. And I talked to my daughter about that. I mean, I've seen some really bad results from drugs that might really help somebody else. And they, like I said, Erin's chemistry is different. And even medications don't always affect her the way they're supposed to. Mm-hmm. And that was when she was, on Suboxone. But it just, she was abusing the gabapentin. She takes gabapentin, and she truly has, she has HIV, she has neuropathy, she has a lot of.
What's neuropathy?
It's nerve pain, and as your nerves get damaged, it makes it hard sometimes to walk and stuff. But it's very painful. She has several medical problems on top of everything else, and it's just so she had the Suboxone. She was abusing the gabapentin. She's had seizures. She was that since she left back home when she went had the seizure and all that.
Yeah, she went to see Joanna.
That would be on the records at Baptist DeSoto as well, because she's because the ambulance had to come. I walked in the living room and she was seizing. And
oh, that was when you. We're not talking about the recent. We're talking about the old one that you told me about years ago.
No, this one years ago.
It feels like years ago.
Well, a lot of it this week feels like years ago.
I was going to say, it sounds like y'all had so much chaos that it's getting stressed that the household that God, I feel for you.
Disorienting.
Well, she started doing things like she brought things in. She brought things in from the street, and that's what he's talking about. What she did to the house, it was like hoarding. Only she would just bring this stuff in, and my house is turned upside down. And then she decided that she was going to live outside in my storage room. And My air conditioner, we went without air conditioning for 3 months. Because it took us so long to fix
110-degree weather that we had.
From May, middle towards the end of May, was when it went out to August.
Well, it was so hot this summer.
I know.
So did she mess it up or
No, she didn't do anything. She didn't break it. She didn't do anything
Dude,
to
our
it.
main air conditioning unit was from, what was it, the 1800s or the 1900s?
Probably the 1800s. No, it was 30 years old, I think. It was one of those really, of course you're not that old, but it was one of those really old Bryant units. And anyway, we finally got it replaced and we have air now.
Thank God.
Yeah, it was pretty ugly, but even before that, in the spring when it wasn't that bad, and we still had air in the house. Then she moved out because she destroyed the living room. She had already done this once before she left, and I took time off right after Christmas and cleaned most of this up. And I had everything back in the back room, and my daughter-in-law came one day and helped me with the rest of it. I didn't get finished with it, but I actually had like the middle room, the bedroom, living room looked like a living room. The middle bedroom was completely empty, and I had put in that back bedroom, I had put all the stuff that I hadn't finished with back there so that I could, go through it, or, take my time and go through it and do stuff with it. And anyway, she came back and she was really upset because I threw away a mattress that was hers, that she had started dragging it outside and laying it on the driveway, and she and the dogs would lay on it outside of the driveway in the back. Then she decided to move into my storage room out back. She brought all this stuff in, and she just piled up these rooms. So, and they're still like that because I started working on it and going through stuff. But I had to go through all this stuff because she mixed up our clothes and our stuff with all this stuff that she brought in from different places. Just like she bring bags of clothes. The church down the street or somebody threw away or put some couches out by the dumpster, and she brought them home. She's been doing really, really strange stuff like this for months. I mean, she's always been a slob, but so it's not totally new, but it was a little bit different. It was actually worse, kind of like a hoarder.
Do y'all have any questions for me? I know I've asked a lot of questions of y'all, but obviously this is a conversation, and I want to have the dialogue going both ways. Anything that y'all are wanting to ask or anything?
Primary charges.
Right now, it's attempted murder.
Attempted murder. That sounds justable enough.
It's really hard, even though I do understand it. It's really, really hard.
It's a hard charge. Absolutely, it is.
But it's hard for me to wrap my head around the fact that she could hurt Ken as bad as she did.
Me too.
Which obviously she did. I don't think there's any mistake.
She was the only person there, and I don't feel
she didn't say anybody else came in and.
No, and Kent told me she hit me with a bat.
Did y'all ever find it? Was there a bat on the premises?
I didn't find a bat, but I found something.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you about.
Was it bloody?
I'll just.
He probably can't tell us.
Yeah, I can't tell a whole lot, but
because it's evidence. So
yeah, it'll all come out eventually. I promise.
Yeah.
You'll know all the details. I promise.
Everything.
Especially, and I'll be honest, she will actually get what they call when as this goes forward. There's a thing called if it goes to indictment, the grand jury, and she gets indicted, so that she'll get what they call discovery, and that will be everything, the entire
every document, every note, every blah, blah, will be in that.
Do I need to go to court?
She'll have it. She'll have a copy of everything. So you'll see everything that I got for sure there. And then also,
she'll get a copy?
I don't know. Now, if she doesn't want to share it with y'all, then y'all may not be able to see it. But Kent will also have everything. Does it make sense? So, and that's kind of obviously is our number one thing. And like I said, I can't thank you enough for coming up there because, I mean, as you saw, I just couldn't, my heart couldn't handle it. I was at least, I don't even know this man, but I was going to sit in there with him. Because, he was trying to tell me people, but he couldn't, it reminded me of my dad.
Because I probably could have understood better.
Well, I mean, it's really so much.
With what he was saying, I might have been able to.
They were running so many tests, it really, he wasn't, in there, he
Yeah.
wasn't there to do much. They were x-raying everything, so much was going on. He just, what he was saying, and when he did say something, obviously it was accurate and it made sense. It just took him a long time to get it. It took to get the gears going, which obviously now we know his brain was full of blood, and so
swelling.
yes, so
And most of the damage is on the left side.
Yes.
Which was the reason he was having so much trouble verbalizing.
and then and the reason that charge is there is because obviously, like I kind of explained earlier, is there wasn't a doctor there that wasn't telling me that he wasn't going to make, and that everyone over pretty much y'all need to be ready. He's not going to make. It was statistically he was not going to make it. So he is a miracle.
So
yeah,
I think that charge is well deserved. I've dealt with her, and she's the reason that I have previously been suicidal. So that charge is well deserved. I've lost faith in her.
So let me on that statement, as not as a police officer right now, but as a parent, I hope that you go talk to some people about that, because that is that's not something.
Life is beautiful, and it's as long as you make it and what you do with it.
You're exactly right. So you got a strong mind, and that's what you need to make sure that. And I like you hearing you say that, because we deal with a lot of people who get it, and I almost think suicide thoughts are almost kind of like, it could be. It's like they keep, once they get on you, it's like they don't get off of you.
Yeah.
And you got to figure out a way to like you say, to see
music is how I do it.
To see, yeah, exactly. To see that it's not like that, because it really is. It's like, and I think if most people want to be kind of honest in life, I think probably life has its way of beating you up, and I think everybody's probably had those thoughts come creeping in, but most people can shut them out. Sometimes people can't.
I'm really good at shutting them out.
Yeah. So just make sure you keep talking to somebody and communicate all that, and you'll be all right.
He was going to counseling and with somebody who was really, doing it well with, and then that person left, went to another place to do a lot of stuff, but he's not able to see him there because of his insurance. So, but he had it, and so for a while he wouldn't go see anybody.
Mr. Willie was a lot more than a counselor.
It's hard to trust people. I can get that. Like, I don't trust people either. So I mean, I get that. Once you develop a relationship with somebody, you don't want to have to go start all over. I get that.
Yeah, I know Willie since I was like, how old was I when I was in and out of Parkwood? Like maybe
Mikah had a lot of
10 or
behavioral
9.
problems and a lot of anger, obviously.
Mr. Willie was more like a best friend. I didn't look at him as a counselor. Half the time we'd go out and we'd go fishing, and whatever popped into my mind was all we would talk about. He was a friend. He wasn't a counselor.
Well, he was both, but he's agreed to go.
And he got
back to counseling.
He got fired for a suicide attempt. The man, their premises where he was counseling at, their premises is so garbage to the point where the old man, keep it at that, has to walk down a steep thing to go fishing. And one day he was walking down it, and he, as I would expect to happen eventually, because I almost fell when I first went down there fishing with him, he fell and he hit a rock on his head on a rock. Yeah, and then they fired him for a suicide attempt. What total pieces of trash.
Yeah, that sounds crazy.
But anyway, Mikah has agreed to go back.
Yeah, I was like, even whether you realize it or not, this is stressful, like what's going on even right now, and just it'd be best to deal with it in a positive way, the best that you can, because I mean, first of all, seeing Kent like that, it'll break your heart, and just hearing about that, I mean, I don't think anybody here is not kind of dealing with that in some kind of way.
and feeling the emotions of just that side. Of course, then the fact that it's your mom and stuff like that. Obviously, there's things in the past. Probably wouldn't hurt to every now and then check in and just kind of make sure that you're staying where you're supposed to be.
Honestly, I'm to the point where I've been through so many mental states and all this shit with my mom. I don't really care about what's going on with my mom. I'm more worried about Kent. Because Kent, that man don't deserve that. He don't have no family. His brother, which is my Uncle Mike, they ain't biological brothers, but man, he built that brotherhood up from nothing. Like, that is the closest thing to a built brotherhood I've ever seen. And ever since he lost Mike, Kent's not himself. He's sad. He's constantly drinking. All I think that man deserves is to be able to drink a little bit alone without having to deal with mom. He ain't hurt nobody.
Anyway, and I'll see this when I go over there, so I'll know. But Kent had a chair, not the blue and white one that I bought him. I let him have that. That was mine. And
the glider?
His was falling apart, but the glider that was there was one there before, and it had a broken arm. And I think that the guy that gave him the one that is currently there, I think they took that other one and threw it away. So I don't think that one was in the apartment. So if something happened with that, if that one's broken, it could have got broken, I guess, if he, fell on it or, but if that was used, it would probably have to have been intentionally broken, because it was not broken.
So what does the new one look like? What kind of color cushions does it have?
Yeah, you have to be to ask me that. I don't know.
How about
Tan? I want to say tan.
How about I show you a picture?
But I'm not. Like I said, I don't know. When I go to his apartment, I'm going to know.
Is that the new one?
That is the new one.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured it was tan.
But the other one...
I don't think the other one is on the premises.
But it already had a broken arm?
But it already had a broken arm. The right arm, or if you're facing it, it would be the right arm. If you're sitting in it, it would be the left arm. Was already broken, but it was a different color too.
Was that the arm?
Did the other one still have its arm? Because that does look like it, the arm from the broken one.
Yeah.
But I didn't think that was in it.
It's still there.
It's still there. Okay, so the guy didn't take it. All right. That's because I was wondering about that, because I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember if the broken one was still there.
Yeah.
But that does look like the arm from the broken one.
That'd be about the mass of a 2x4, wouldn't it? That arm.
And it's an old school chair arm. It's heavy duty wood.
It's heavy, yeah.
It's heavy duty.
It's
older. Like they don't make stuff like that no more. That kind of wood. They make it up cheap, lightweight wood. Mm-hmm. Back in the older days, they made furniture to last.
I hope not what I'm thinking. You don't gotta tell me nothing, but what I'm thinking is what I'm thinking, and I hope it ain't true. Because that would do something it clearly has.
Well, clearly those were not marks that someone made with their hand.
Yeah, obviously not.
That was obvious. And
because you have an old chair, and I've seen them handles, and it's about a bat.
I have some other ideas about what could have happened. Well, and I'm sure we'll find out eventually. The phones. She did say that her phone was in her stuff.
I have her phone.
Okay. Do you have his phone?
Yes, I believe so.
Am I going to be able to get his phone from you? Because eventually he'll want it.
Oh, absolutely. And he is absolutely. So what we're going to do is we're going to get warrants for the phones. We went back over to the house today and with a search warrant.
Okay.
We didn't really go through any of her stuff or like that. It was all there. We never touched or messed with her stuff. I went over looking for when in the hospital. Kent told me I could go back to this room. Were you in there? I don't know when he told me, but
yes.
He said I could go, look for the bat.
Yes.
So we went over to his room to look for the bat. We didn't see anything really out in any bat. So
did you check the ditch?
So I have not gone there and walked back to there. We shined down in there and looked down, but I did not get down in there and look. I did not see one there. Like she said, she's never known a bat to be there. So
there's so many places that you would have to check because there's an abandoned storage shed, there's a ditch.
Yeah, we looked pretty good through all that stuff. But today we went back with a search warrant, and
looked through there and like say, really looked through there and we looked through her stuff. Her stuff is still there. And I would imagine the manager / landlord guy that's working there would probably be glad for her to get out. He's got it locked up in a room. And because it was all out in the driveway. So he gathered it up and put it in a room before we'd even got there. So because her stuff is locked in a room, we didn't have access, so I had to get a search warrant to actually go into that room and look at it and look for it. So we did go in there and get that. We got her phone, obviously, because she's made statements and posted videos and recorded stuff like that. So we feel like there might possibly be some evidence on her phone that hopefully can tell us what happened. And I'm hoping, I'm keeping my fingers crossed, the kid's going to wake up and all that blood's going to be out of his head, and now his brain is getting back like attached and shifting back the way it's supposed to be, and hopefully he's going to be like, this is what happened.
Yeah.
Other than just that she assaulted me, which he said was more than once, and she hit me with the bat. I just want to know the why. I think we all understand that it was her because nobody else was there, so we know we all feel comfortable that it was her.
And we all understand that it was her.
Why?
Same question.
I have the why.
What happened? Why?
Yes. Which, obviously she gets mad, whatever, and gets whatever, and obviously she hasn't slept, and she's on the drugs, and he could have said something, just anything that just set her off. We don't know.
That's what I feel like.
But I would just like to know the why, and that's driving us crazy.
He's got a mouth.
Yeah, he could have said something that just made her mad, and she.
But I don't know what he could have possibly said to make her kill him.
Obviously, and maybe she wasn't trying to do that, but when you hit somebody in the head to that degree, though, that's what brings that charge on, because it almost killed her.
Yeah.
Killed him. Like, it literally.
Yeah, I don't think she would intentionally do that. I mean, with the mindset of doing that. I just don't. I don't think so.
But also in that state, she's not in a mindset.
But yeah, she's
kind of.
I would say she was not in her right mind.
She's in rage,
Yeah.
and of course, you throw in she hasn't slept in a bunch of days, and she's fueled by narcotics and possibly alcohol and too, and all this stuff. And
She doesn't really drink. I mean, she will drink.
Yeah.
But it's usually if she can't get some drugs, she might drink some alcohol. But she's not. She's not an I mean, she does. That doesn't really do it for her. Okay. She's gonna want to use the drugs.
So, like I say, if she's okay, if y'all want to go out and get her stuff, I have no problem with it. We've already gone through what we needed. So we got the phone, and like I said, she may have already got the search. My partner was typing a search warrant today for it this afternoon, so she may have already got to the judge. So we got some machines it'll plug up and it'll pull her, do basically a download of the phone.
Yeah.
And then so that's what we're gonna do. And hopefully, I'm hoping it'll tell us the why. Maybe there'll be a video or something that she never uploaded, something that that can tell us the why.
I love going pull Facebook files because.
Oh, they can.
We got some tricks.
That's good because.
I promise we're digging. I mean, we.
A lot of that will be on Facebook Live.
We're definitely digging.
Yeah,
we're doing everything we can to figure out the why. I think we all understand the what happened. Now we just want to know the why. What could have triggered this? We'll try to figure it out. And if y'all have any other kind of questions, whatever, obviously, you got my number. You know where I work. You know where my office is. It's not too far from your house. Obviously, we'll still be in contact and stuff because I'm sure obviously you up there at the hospital. I'm gonna, try to go up there, a good bit, but obviously I have a lot to do. But especially, hopefully, he comes to and can talk, and I definitely would like to meet him under better circumstances than the little bit I got to talk to him. And I hope, and I'm, hoping and praying that he can have a conversation with me. I'm so happy that he made it. Because, I was, obviously Sunday night, I was heartbroken, especially the outcome that he was given. It was not good. I mean, it just every doctor, everybody was saying he's not going to make, it's highly likely he's not going to make it. It's highly likely. I mean, to be honest, they weren't even expecting him to make it when the helicopter got there. To even fly him. So, then they were concerned he wasn't even going to be stable enough to move him. And, it's just, so,
I'm glad you got there when you did, because, you know, and when the first time I talked to you, I didn't know all of that. Matter of fact, I'll be honest with you, I didn't know he was in that kind of shape. Had that many bruises on him. So when I first got over there, I was told he'd been assaulted, and I'm thinking a little tussle. So the charge was abuse of an elderly, you know, person. That's what. So they were transporting him. So I was there talking to everybody, getting all the witnesses' statements and stuff like that. I said, "I'll meet y'all at the hospital." So when I get to the hospital and walk in and see him, I mean, I was blown away. Yes, yeah, dumbfounded. I don't even know the right word. I'm like,
exactly.
it didn't even make sense. I'm seeing this man here, and I'm like, did he get hit by a truck?
Right.
Like, I mean, like, you know, like you always hear he got bruises or injuries from head to toe, but in his actual, he had them from head to toe, front side, back side, you know, and I'm. You know, I mean, I was like, I mean, it literally, to me, it looked like, and I kept saying, did he get thrown out of a car? You would think he got thrown and just flipped, you know, at high speed, because he got these terrible, hard, just nasty, and they're all over his body, you know, and I just, I mean, I was wow. But even at that point, when I left there, I still did not know the brain stuff that was going on. And I don't think anybody did. I mean, they were, at that point, they hadn't started doing x-rays, but the EMS lady was talking about, I think he's got some broken ribs, so what stuff he's talking about. And so I already kind of knew that, but when I got back, that right before you showed up was when the nurse called me over and she was like, "Hey, I need next of kin here now." And she starts telling me, of course, and thank God you showed up right after. And I was like, oh my gosh. I mean,
I should have been there sooner, but like I said, I had my granddaughter.
No, you had family. You were doing the right. And like I said, being there that any sooner than once you got there, as you can see, as busy as they were working, there were so many people coming in and out of that room working on him, trying to stabilize him, and you know, you couldn't have done nothing like I was doing, sit out in the hall, because all we would have been in there was in the way.
Yeah.
So I'm just so glad, you know, like I said, the good Lord worked in my opinion, in a mysterious way.
He got a lot of people praying for him.
The other gentleman that lived there, she made some statements to him, and that made him concerned, and he sent the /landlord guy out there to check on him.
I heard about one of them.
And so had that not happened, Kid wouldn't be close.
I'm reasonably certain that all this, or the majority of this, the worst of it, happened on Sunday. But I mean, some of it could have.
Yeah, I don't know, and I'm trying to figure it out, because Kid's own words to me was, you know, I think he told somebody, or somebody said something about she told somebody 3 times, but he said twice. And so I don't know, you know, and we'll try our best to figure it all out. But I mean, it was obviously more than one assault. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, Kim's own words to me was twice. So, you know, we'll kind of figure it out. And that's what I'm trying my best to do.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to remember what happened.
And he can give us all the details and all that.
They're working to get him, the neurosurgeon that I talked to today said that the priority right now is to get him off the ventilator, because he'll progress faster.
Yeah.
He can progress faster, getting better healing once they get him off the ventilator. But they're still, I mean, it's not doing all the work. They're kind of cutting back on the ventilator.
Weaning him off of it.
Weaning him off of that, and so, and they're cutting back on the sedation a little bit.
Well, that's a good sign. So, at least he can still do that. Like he can, so that's a good sign that he's hopefully, you know,
and I talked to him about this last CAT scan from last night, or early this morning, and he said there's still some fluid there, but there's no active bleeding. They got all that stopped, and some of the swelling has gone down. So it's shifting back. The brain is shifting back where it's supposed to be. It's not back. All the swelling is not completely down yet. It's not back down yet. And they say he's not totally out of the woods yet.
Yeah, that's kind of what, and that concerns me. Is, you know, even the neuro, when I talk to him, he says, you know, it's like, do you think he's gonna? I can't tell you.
Yeah.
He said we could make a lot of ground, and then something just. He said I cannot, and I mean, so, you know, all we can do right now is pray, and you know, all believe in what we believe, and do our best, and it's time now. You know, time can fix a lot of things, and so I'm hoping that it can bring him back.
This is probably going to be a long road, though.
Yeah, and I would imagine it's going to be a long road to recovery, and he may not fully ever be back the true Kent that y'all know. So I'm hoping he does. We can always keep our fingers crossed and pray that it is. But I think even the fact that he's here is still a miracle.
Yes.
Because you were there. You heard the doctors. They just didn't. There was no good outcome for him.
Yeah.
Not much hope.
But he's
Yeah, he told me that you have suspects in here. I didn't see the cuffs on the floor.
yeah, when I saw him, I'm like, okay, who are the cuffs for?
If y'all have any questions during this, obviously, y'all got my number. Feel free to reach out, and I'll try to, obviously we'll keep talking. I may call you a few times and get updates because I may not be able to make it up there. I'll obviously call and text to make sure he's still with us and things like that. So I'll do my best to keep y'all updated, and we'll kind of keep this conversation going back and forth. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
And they didn't tell me my hair looked like it just got electrocuted.
Harvey passes away at the hospital, turning this shocking true crime story into a homicide case. At the station, police speak with Erin's daughter, Alexia, and discover horrifying new details about Erin's criminal behavior.
So, anyways, today we brought you in, obviously, to have an open-end conversation. Like I kind of explained to you at the hospital, this is kind of, a weird case because you're on both sides of it. You have the effects of not only the victim, Harvey, passing, and then you also have the effects of your mom. So that makes things just twice as bad as trauma-wise for y'all. And so my partner and I want to obviously be as forthcoming as we possibly can on this case and not, keep any secrets or anything like that from y'all. We have no problem explaining what and why we've come to the conclusions, why we've come to them. We told you at the hospital that day, if you have any questions, ask us. We will, share anything you want to know. Do you have any kind of questions?
I didn't take notes, but
Well, let me start off at kind of explaining. So obviously, it started out the charges. I'm going to explain that. So it started out, I was called over there for what I was being told was an elderly man had been abused. So the charge originally was abuse of an elderly, or an adult that can't really defend himself because of his age. So that's what the charges started out as. I interviewed your mom, talked to her, and went up to the hospital, and saw the real damages, and I was like, oh my Lord. He just had bruises from just, head all over his body, and, the hospital staff was telling me that, hey, he's got numerous broken bones, broken ribs, a broken sternum, all kind of stuff, so what was it called, Mary? The brain?
Midline shift.
Yeah, midline shift in his brain. I don't know, maybe you may remember at the hospital explaining that to you. I didn't even know what that was. I actually had to Google it. So they started telling me that he probably wasn't going to make it, and that was at Baptist DeSoto. So that's when the charge upgraded to attempted murder because, the severity of the damage that was done to him. Obviously, then we found out that, he just wasn't going to make it. So, and then when he passed, you can't attempt to murder somebody that died. So, obviously, the charge had to be upgraded to murder. So that's where we're at on that, and that's why. And I kind of tell you, one of the main reasons why it is because Harvey told us who did it.
and will I still get to see the stuff that, the videos and tapes that I can see? Is there going to be a trial at this point?
How this will work is we'll get done here. We're waiting on the autopsy from the state lab. When that is done, we'll be able to finally take everything and put it together, put the case together, type everything up, and send it down. It'll go down to the grand jury. The grand jury will decide if there's enough evidence for it to move forward. If it is, they call that true bill. That's the legal term they call it. Basically says if this meets the requirement of what this law says, it can proceed forward.
But we need the autopsy because the medical examiner, since we know what happened, but in order for it to be, proven, I guess, through professional wording and verbiage, like a doctor saying it, we have to have an autopsy to show, hey, he died from
Yes.
XYZ, from blunt force trauma or brain, something that would show that he's pretty alive had he not had this happen. You know what I'm saying? So without that, we can't really say when the court proceedings and stuff.
So that when it goes forward, and which it will, it'll go. I mean, it'll be true billed because I've been doing this a long time. I can tell you there's overwhelming evidence. Main reason being because Harvey has recorded him saying she did this to me, and he said it was with a bat. We did not find a bat. I'm gonna be honest, but we did find something that is pretty close to a bat.
Armchair.
Yeah.
That's not close to the bat. He has a bat.
Well, we
went back to the
we
house
went back
and
we found
we searched the ditch. We searched everywhere. She didn't have a whole lot of time to hide anything or like. I honestly think that she thought she was going to get away with it. She was trying to get a ride out of town and just leave him up there. I don't know if she thought that he was dead or she was going to keep the same storyline of he fell and then Harvey was just going to be up there for however long he was going to be up there until somebody actually went to check on him. And she got caught up in her own trap of her talking to the
bragging.
Yes. So.
And got hemmed up. So I don't think she had the time. She was more concerned about getting him cleaned up and hiding whatever she could up there in the room. Because she never was able to come back down.
So is it possible that he was kind of out of? I really feel like if he said the bat, it had to have been involved. I feel like he
and obviously, we didn't know about it. We had searched the house and property already, but when you said that to us at the hospital about him having a bat, we actually went back. We went underneath the house. We searched the neighbors' properties. There's that ditch back behind there. We got all down in there and crawled all around. There's just not there.
Under the house?
Yeah, so there's everything.
Space underneath there.
And so like my partner said, so from what we can tell, she was planning on leaving Sunday. We found messages in her phone where that was happening. She had already reached out to a gentleman. He was going to come get her. And she mentions that Harvey's being dramatic and talking about his head is injured. Well, I need to get out of here because I'm going to get in trouble. So she's planning on leaving. She has all her stuff delivered there. She's outside and she meets one of the guys that lives there, who lives downstairs.
Okay.
Like Harvey's room is upstairs. He lives up underneath Harvey. So she brags to him and she makes a statement to him that she had to kick Harvey's ass 3 different times. That's not my words. That's what that gentleman told us, and that's recorded. So he does not see Harvey. So now he gets a little concerned for Harvey. So he tells the landlord guy, hey, we should check on Harvey. So landlord guy goes upstairs. Harvey's laid on the bed covered in blood. And he goes up and Harvey's head is turned over, but Harvey rolls over and looks at him and says, oh my God, are you okay? Do you need an ambulance? And Harvey says, call everybody. So the landlord guy says his phone wouldn't get service up there. So he comes down and he's calling the police. Your mom then goes upstairs and locks the door.
We can refer to her as Erin.
Okay. Erin, and I understand. I will honor that request, I promise. So Erin goes upstairs and locks the door. She does not come out until officers arrive. They announce, get her to come out, and she's in there wiping him down with a sponge bath. She says, I'm giving him a sponge bath.
She was actively doing that when y'all got there.
Yes. So what she was doing was getting the blood off his face, cleaning him up.
Dragging him around.
Yeah,
that probably caused more harm than good.
Well, he was sitting there with a bunch of broken bones.
Yeah.
His head is extremely, obviously we know, like I'm not going to act like I'm a doctor or know anything about brain trauma, but I would imagine getting picked up and flopped around stuff is not what you need.
He could have punctured one of his lungs with his broken ribs.
Very well could. Like I say, I'm not a doctor on that. I'm just going to say, clearly he's in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
So the officers get the ambulance there, and the ambulance, gets him transported up to Baptist. So she never leaves the room. And so Harvey was still bloody and stuff, so I don't think
if she would have had the bat, she would have went out and hid it somewhere extravagantly because she never even cleaned him up yet. She was planning on leaving and hoping that it just would be Harvey fell again.
Did she leave any time within that few days?
Not that we can prove.
She was only there. She got there.
Well, she went with
late Friday night, and then
she went out twice with one of her friends with like their kids and stuff. So I don't know if she would have taken anything with her, but.
Well, it didn't happen. I mean, like, none of it happened
until afterwards.
Until after. I mean, until he was. I have it all written down. Time reference.
I'm just going.
I'll have to find it, but there's timestamp of when he was in good health, good healthy condition, and it was like a 3-hour window from him looking okay, walking around, to her dragging him around as if he can't even walk, like he's paralyzed from the waist down.
Yeah.
Covered in blood.
The videos she posted
Completely
on Saturday.
Yeah, we have all the videos now.
There's videos all the way up until
even
6
the ones
o'clock
taken
in the
down.
morning.
Well, I still get to see those.
So it'll be all that'll be sent in discovery. If Erin decides to share all that, I mean, I don't see where we couldn't probably show a little bit. And I'm fixing to read you something. So how we got all the videos is we got a warrant from Facebook. We sent them a warrant asking for all that information. So we got all the videos from that weekend, and we got all the messages and everything that every communication that she had through via Facebook. We have.
And her phone, and Harvey's phone, because she used Harvey's phone as well.
Yeah. So this is one message she sent.
I guess.
Erin sent to a gentleman, and this is what it says. I'm gonna read it verbatim as how she typed it. You can do that, or you can come through and F. And,
you can just say the words.
all right. And, well, she doesn't say it out, but it's F **** and drop it off. Or you can come through and we can run up there and grab the stuff, and you can take me inside the state line. I need to leave here because I ended up having to with my uncle's ass, and now his deceitful ass is acting like his head has been affected. I definitely whipped his ass though because I had to. Just believe it.
And then me staying here is a liability.
Yes, and so it goes on and on and on in the conversations of how she's trying to get this gentleman to come down and get her. It's really neither here nor there. It's just basically kind of because the one consistent thing is there's only 2 people in that room. One person died and one person was fine. So, and she's completely admitting to it over and over and over again. And in my opinion, I don't know how everybody else interprets this, but I mean, she's basically saying he has made it known that his head is messed up.
And she's ignoring that.
And she's not getting him any kind of help. She's trying to get away from there. So she understands that, hey, he's hurt. I'll get in trouble. So she's trying to leave. That's Sunday morning. And so in a few hours, we arrive.
I think I've watched the videos that are posted several times, and I really think that she wasn't going to do anything terrible, and I don't like her, so this isn't even me trying to empathize or sympathize with her. This is me saying, like, she, that tinfoil hat just caught me so off guard.
All right, so in here, this is like our personal office, so like, I like jokes.
Normally we don't bring
Yeah, we don't normally bring people in here. I just didn't want to put you in the interview room because, like, I mean, this is not something that's like interviewing you are a complete witness. You are here, you can leave at any point in time you want to. You don't have to be here.
Well, and you're essentially a victim.
Yes, and I won't.
Be able to get you.
We just want you to be a little more comfortable. The tinfoil hat comes on. We used to have a boss that we used to call Crazy. He was just worried about everything under the sun and would like hyper over stuff, blah, blah. So a buddy of mine used to work here. He's gone on to the FBI now. Made that tinfoil hat. So every time he'd start like on these crazy stuff, like being super crazy about stuff, he'd put this on and like making fun of him. So anyways, it's funny, haha. So
I saw it, and I've been like, I have a really bad habit of going and like researching the most ridiculous conspiracies, and the one that I stayed up all night on the other night was the reptilians and the aliens and how they feed on adrenochromes and blah blah blah. And so I looked at that and it just brought me back to that night. But no, so cool. Yeah, nice. But I think when he started threatening to call the police is when she got aggravated and like was like, okay, like this isn't cool, because that's when she gets hostile. Is when she's terrified of jail. She doesn't do anything to keep out of jail, but she's scared of going to jail. So anytime jail is brought up, she gets violent, she gets angry, and she does anything she can to try and make you change your mind. So
I think so. And one of the things that your mom and I usually don't really talk. Or Erin, not Erin. I'm not even talking about Erin. I was going to say your grandmother. That's what I meant to be. Obviously, we've talked to her and stuff, and I don't really want to kind of like tell you her business, your business, and that's not really my thought. But she's trying to obviously process it and wrap her mind around it because it's her best friend.
She's going, regardless of the outcome of this, she's codependent when it comes to my mother. And she's not going to want a harsh or fair sentence.
So she's trying to figure out if Erin remembers it and is just lying to everybody.
It doesn't matter, she did it.
Or your grandmother obviously is fully aware that she did it because Harvey told her to. She was at the hospital when he was still coherent and telling what happened. Or kid. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. So she is fully aware. There's, it's beyond it for her to even be able to deny that it was Erin. She knows that beyond a shadow of a doubt because Kent told her, just like he told me. But I think her thing is that she's wanting to figure out if, she really remembers it or she's just lying to everybody.
I think it's a mix of both.
I think my partner and I agree on this. We can't say whether she remembers it for sure or not, because I will admit she'd been up since Wednesday. Mm-hmm. She never had been to sleep.
She was intoxicated.
She had been on drugs since she got out of she went straight to Sycamore View, and she started getting high, and she had not slept. So I'm not an expert on staying up for that long, but I would say it pretty makes you pretty not
especially
in your right mind.
She's bipolar, and she gets manic in those states.
And you throw in fentanyl and methamphetamine, and then crack cocaine we saw her smoking in one of the videos. Mm-hmm. So you throw in all of that, no sleep.
You're almost in a psychosis.
Yes. Yeah. So does she remember it? I don't know. But only thing I'm going to go by is what I can prove. What I can prove from evidence is I know she was there. I know she did it. And I know that she's fully aware that she would have got in trouble for it. And she's trying to get away from there.
But she knew that from the beginning.
Exactly. So I know that she was coherent enough to understand that I did this and I will get in trouble and I need to get away. What bothers me is she didn't call an ambulance. Because if it's been an accident, like someone truly fought, you'd call an ambulance.
Cops would get called as well. So she wasn't going to do anything to help or harm the situation.
So does she really remember it or not? I don't know. But I know she was coherent enough to plan an escape, manipulate a person for an escape, and
attempt to clean him up
because she knew she'd be in trouble, and she was coherent enough to know she needed to get out of Mississippi. So that's all I know. That's all I can prove. And that, at the end of the day, it's what it really boils down to. Whether she remembered it or not, I don't know. I can't say it or not. This is what I do think. I think she has had a lifetime, and like most addicts do, of learning how to manipulate situations to get what they want. And after a while, they learn how to believe their own lies. And I think she is probably at that state and is probably very good at believing her own stuff.
She's been at that state for a while.
So she may have remembered it, but I think has probably convinced herself that she doesn't. Mm-hmm. I'm not an expert. All I can do is what I can do. We're trying to find out, like we told your grandmother, trying to find out the whys. I still have not found out the why, what triggered that.
Probably the cops getting called.
So the cops, that she did this all before. This was all before the cops were ever called.
Yeah, but she also, not that, but like
him saying
she has been a prostitute, and so she also, from her childhood, she's got sexual trauma, and in any situation with a man, she feels threatened, and him laying there. That's why he was naked, drunk, ready to go to bed. She
showed up unannounced.
Yeah, and in her brain, she was like, "Oh my god, like he wants to." That's all that was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And she felt threatened, so she, I guess, was gonna get high and just forget about that and like make sure he knew who was the boss. And when he, I'm sure several times, was threatening like, if you don't stop, I'm gonna call the cops. Like, just her being there, because he didn't want her there.
Mhm.
So it was probably a mix of her personal issues that she's got going on in her head with seeing him, and then him saying, like, oh, you know, I'm gonna go to the cops. Like, okay, so not only is he going to assault me, but also he's gonna make me go to jail after he assaults me. Like, I feel
But
like...
yet, she's admitted to them having sex before.
Yeah, but she doesn't care, because if it's something that she wants, she's gonna do it. You can say no. She's fully capable of doing that.
She could have left.
Yeah, and she didn't.
Numerous times, right.
And I'm not like, I've been sexually assaulted. I know that you don't blame the victim, you don't whatever, but she's different. She's a completely different story, because she will do stuff so that she can use it as leverage against people. So if they've had sex, cool. That's what she's gonna go tell people. She's gonna go tell people, like, oh, like, why are you on Kent's side? Kent did this and this. Okay, well, how did they get there?
Now, again, that's what she told me. So, I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what she told me that they had. So,
I'm not saying they have or haven't.
Yeah, I'm not either.
I believe that they may have at some point, but
And the videos don't show that you, anyway.
yeah, the videos don't show that they ever have.
I don't think that
No,
they
they don't
have.
they show that
recently, at least.
Kent wasn't the only one without clothes on. I'll say it there.
Yeah. So, we do know that Kent is, obviously winds up in the floor. And throughout the night, he is now, asking for his phone, because he is wanting to call for help. But his phone has been taken from him, and he has no way of getting any kind of help. So, he come to find out, so her phone goes dead, and she starts using his phone to video herself. So.
Do they have a flip phone?
He's got I forgot
It's
what
a minute phone, whatever it is. What do you have a flip phone?
Yeah, but it's some like little track phone.
Yeah, it's not nothing fancy, but her phone went dead, so she starts using his to video, video herself. So that's kind of where we're at. Obviously, we called you in because, like I say, you'd made comments about the things that had happened to you when you were growing up, and her unfortunately using you to feed her habit. I know we talked about it, but I was going to see if you didn't mind talking further in detail and giving us kind of details of where, when, how, the details on it. And I wanted to ask you, is this something that you would like to have prosecuted?
I will prosecute anything that I can. I've been trying to get her in jail, not just for fun, but because she deserves to be there.
So, and I want you to understand, it's like, I don't believe in kicking a horse when it's down. And I mean, let's be honest, she's got a murder charge. It doesn't get much worse. The only way you could be worse under state charge would be capital murder. This didn't meet the capital murder, but it is murder. But I also believe in trying to get justice for every victim that we can. And that's kind of what our job is. So that is terrible. I'm not going to sugarcoat it or anything like that. I mean, you're an adult. The fact that you're functioning as an adult, is like I told you before, is absolutely amazing. Matter of fact, I told you I was going to try to find someone you could talk to. We do have things that could, for help, especially in your situation. There's a program that is free. It's paid through grants. But it's usually for sex trafficking type things like that. But they specialize in stuff like that. But you don't need to go into I'm not a doctor, but I don't think you need to go into like a in-home place. You just need someone probably that you can talk to. And I'm in the works right now waiting on this young lady to call back to see if there are some places that maybe you could just Skype or, talk to somebody. That way I don't want to mess you up with school and stuff like that. Because, to me, I think you're on the right path and you're doing great. But I just want to make sure that no matter if we ever prosecute or whatever, I can get you any and all the help that I can possibly get for you. And like I explained there. So, guys in the office over, one of those guys is on some sort of task force type thing. I don't know. They don't really do a whole lot. But there is this liaison. She usually, like say, if we find a woman that's in sex trafficking situation, she will actually come up, get you, take you wherever, buy you whatever you need, get you out of the situation, and take you to a home where you can live and start going to get therapy. And it can last years to get you reprogrammed, to get you
an education and, you know, everything, so then you can get back out in society and make a decent life out of yourself. I don't feel like you really need that. I just want you to have the option to talk to somebody if you want to. I'm not trying to force you, not trying to do like that, but that is something we are actively working on right now. Well, besides that, if that's something you want to prosecute, you know, I'm not going to try to make you, I don't want to make you have to relive anything, but obviously we kind of got to know some details if we're going to prosecute. So that is up to you. I don't want you to feel like I'm threatening you, forcing you, or anything like that. I just want you to understand that my partner and I are here for you.
No, I understand. I don't feel threatened or forced or anything. It's something that I do want to prosecute.
Okay.
I just also, it's hard for me because a lot of the stuff is stuff that I push down so that I can function.
Yes.
And it comes out at like random times, so a lot of the details are blurry for me, like the more intimate details.
I understand. And that's what I think too is why you need to get some help, because like I know, like you said, you've got it really suppressed, but as time goes on, it's going to keep bubbling up. And better to get somebody to help you deal with it so it doesn't keep bubbling up throughout your life causing problems. It's kind of like that old statement, you know, you don't want to drag the past in the future because it'll ruin the future. So, and I keep going back to that but our main concern is you as a person being healthy, able to function in life, and, you know, the best that you possibly can. But anyways, you know, kind of getting back to that, we don't have to have everything perfect. You know, I just need to get as much as I possibly can to where I feel like I can, you know, prosecute. If you can remember any of the gentlemen's names, I'd love to prosecute them too. Because
I guess narrowed down, I think what's what Charlie was saying, just a better time frame.
Mm-hmm.
I know that obviously when you were young, but like when it was the last time that she had you go through something like that, as well as if you know anything about if your brother had to go through anything like that. And obviously you know that your little sister, the youngest, which we're going to try to get in contact and get her help as well. I don't know, I'm not familiar with the family that she's with. How did she end up at that family?
My mother playing cards to try and get her back. She was with, she was placed in CPS.
Mm-hmm.
I think they placed her with Crystal, and then she was removed from Crystal's home because she didn't have a fostering license, and then she was placed with my Aunt Brandy. And I guess they allowed that because she was family. I don't know whether or not she had a fostering license. But my Aunt Brandy couldn't take care of her anymore because Jules has IED, or like intermittent explosive disorder.
Mm-hmm.
And so she just couldn't handle it. There was a lot of pressure. She was going to nursing school. So they set up something where my mother could give temporary custody to Crystal. Or no, I think she gave it to Brandy and then it got switched to Crystal because Brandy didn't want her anymore. And so I think Crystal has temporary custody, but I think now she's going to be filing for adoption, possibly. I don't know. I know Jules calls her mom.
So CPS did or did not place Jules in Crystal's care? Do you know?
I think, I might be wrong with this, but I think that when they gave temporary custody to my aunt and she passed it to Crystal, they did, obviously they would have had to go through some sort of court to get that okayed.
Okay.
But I know also that Crystal fired all of her caseworkers because they're all her MyPack team, so like her therapy and doctors and stuff, and took her off of her medications because they were telling her she couldn't sit on Jules, and then she wanted to because that was the form of punishment, blah blah blah. But also she felt that Jules was on too many medications, and that Jules didn't need the team. So I think that they're completely on their own. I think it's no CPS involved right now.
How long has she had Jules?
Like 2 years maybe.
All right, so I guess let me start kind of the. So there's you, Alexia, I'm sorry. Alexia, then there's your brother,
Mikah.
Mikah.
And then who else?
Juliana Grace. Julianna Grace.
And that's it?
She's got Santana, but he lives with his dad, I think. Santana.
Alright.
But he's never lived with us.
Okay.
So would that matter?
How old is he?
16.
Main thing I just want to make sure of, this is my main concern, is I can't take away the past, and I don't even really, I mean, obviously I want to prosecute because I want people to not get away with doing something, especially something like that to a child. But I just want to make sure if we can try to help in any way we can. It may not be much, but if it's something, it's better than nothing. So, I don't know, Santana, we can kind of check in. I did call out to, Healing Hearts. Healing Hearts out there off Getwell, where y'all may have went in and talked to some people in the past.
I remember Healing Hearts, but I don't remember going there.
Okay. I reached out and talked to them. They were, I didn't really get a whole lot of detail, and they're not going to tell me much, but I know that they had mentioned, they were aware. So I don't know if Juliana has ever had an interview out there before.
I think she has.
Okay. I'm probably going to set up another one. And then obviously now knowing what we know now, I don't know what was brought to light in the past. Have you ever told anybody else in the past about your mom making you? So you've already told people before?
It didn't take late, but yes.
Okay. Well, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I don't know the details. I'm not going to make excuses, nor am I going to say they did something wrong. I'm just going to say, I'm sorry. But my partner, we are here now and we're listening now. So please explain to us. So you started out, I remember you said the earliest memory you had was when you were probably around 3.
Alexia details what she remembers from when she was 3.
When this was happening, where did y'all live then?
I think Bartlett. We lived across from. I think that was the Bartlett house.
Okay. How old were you when you moved to South Haven?
3.
Y'all were 3?
We moved from Bartlett to South Haven.
All right.
Mikah. Yeah, I was 3, maybe 4, but I'm pretty sure I was 3.
Okay. So y'all moved to, where'd y'all move to in First and South Haven? Same address over there?
No, we moved to Crest Hill Drive.
Okay.
I think,
And who's we?
Me, Teresa, Erin, Mikah.
Okay, so Grandma's always lived with y'all?
She's our legal guardian.
Okay.
She was given that in 2011. I think they went to court over it in 2008.
And this was after everything had taken place between you and Erin?
After, during.
Okay. And Teresa knew about it or no, or what?
I think she knew about everything. There's no way she didn't. I know that she knew about the abusive parts because she would tell us to be quiet.
Let me, I'm going to explain. So, first you said when the first memory you had, you were 3 and y'all were out there in Bartlett. I'm not downplaying that by any means, but I don't have any jurisdiction in Bartlett. So there's nothing I can really do about it in Bartlett. So, not to say that we can't put you in touch with Bartlett and Bartlett could prosecute for that, but what I want to do is skip to South Haven, because that's where I have jurisdiction. So, when you were in South Haven, let's start from there. Does that make sense? What is the first memory you have of something happening in South Haven, when y'all lived here in South Haven?
We lived at the trailer park in Olive Branch. It wasn't South Haven, but it was at Candlelight Trailer Park.
Mm-hmm.
And she had a new boyfriend, Mike, the first Michael. I don't know his last name. She had 2 different Michaels.
Mhm.
Both terrible. She wanted to go get something, and they were having an argument about something. No, he had gotten drunk, and he was being with me, and she was like, roll off with her, move over. He laughed it off and like doubled over for a second, and then came back up, and then he was like talking about going to get whatever they were going to get. And then we went to Nana's house first, and I don't know for certain that it was the pictures that was on her phone, but she was using something on her phone to send to the guy for I think she was getting Xanax.
Mhm.
I really think that's what it was. I was like maybe 6 or 7. And then it was dark. We went to a gas station, and we were waiting for a while for the guy, and then he came, and then he left.
Alexia lays out the harm Michael inflicted on her.
One night they turned on the TV in the living room. This was at my Nana's house, not the trailer. We lived at the trailer, but we mostly stayed at my Nana's house.
Which was where?
Olive Branch, Candlelight Trailer Park.
That was the trailer park. The house was Crest Hill.
Okay.
They were on the couch, and there was porn on the TV, and I was going to leave the room, and Michael made me stay and watch it. And so there would be a lot of situations like that where he was like, oh, like, she needs to know what's going on, and I would have to either see things or do things, kind of like to prepare for things that were happening, I guess.
Okay. So was your mom around when this was happening?
Yes, she sat down next to us.
So, and I don't want you to have to relive anything, but like, did Michael ever pay you?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were saying you were 6 or 7? Okay.
I think. I'm not confident about that.
Okay.
You asked earliest memory.
Yeah, and that's the thing. She'll figure out who Michael is in just a second. It's like her thing. There's nothing a woman can't find on the internet, and then give her a bunch of paid for sites that the city pays for. She can find out anything and everything. All right, so your mom was present. So I would say this was I'm not trying to put any kind of words in your mouth like that, but from what I'm gathering, if I've heard you correctly, this was ongoing, that Michael was...
You say it was black or white?
White. I've got a photo if you want to see.
No, if I'm another Michael, that's white.
That's probably
So I'm going to say, like I say, it was ongoing. Was your mom aware of this was happening?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because she was there.
When he would
Yeah.
do things to you?
She would either be there, or she would go into the living room and turn on the TV, or she would go run an errand, which was just her going to get.
Where was your grandmother at the time?
That night she was in her room, but usually at work or out at Sarah's, or I don't really know.
So your grandmother never knew? Well, you said that she had to have known, but like, at this point, you don't feel like she knew?
I don't think she knew that night.
Okay.
But I think that she was aware that something was going on, because I tried telling her what that stuff was going on, because my brother, same house, this was actually not much longer after, was raped by a neighborhood kid who I had previously tried to tell her had raped me, and anytime I told her anything what was going on, she ignored it. And then she ended up calling the cops and filing stuff and pressing charges for Mikah. But then last year, my Aunt Sarah and I were talking, and she was like, yeah, like, your Nana told me that she doesn't know why she never told anybody. She just ignored it, and she felt bad for it.
Mm-hmm.
So she knew 1000%, and now I've got confirmation that she knew things were going on, and she knew that I was telling the truth and just chose not to believe me because it was too much to deal with at the time.
Okay. So, how long do you think it went on with Michael, the first Michael?
It felt like a long time, but I don't really know how long they dated.
Okay. So pretty much the entire of their relationship. And you know for a fact that your mom knew about it.
Erin.
Yeah, Erin. I'm sorry. I apologize. I told you I would not refer to that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
So Erin was present during some of this.
Alexia shares that Erin didn't just know what was happening, she was there for some of it.
So she's present when this occurs. Is this something she's okay with, or she just does because he wants, like, does she feel like do you think she felt like she had to allow him, or is this something she was okay with?
Like, was she benefiting from it?
Yes. Because that's not normal for a mom to allow something to be okay with that. So I'm trying to figure out why she was doing that.
I always thought she was okay with it because they had an exchange thing. Like, they would go out, he would get stuff. Like, that's how I always thought of it. I never thought to think of it as, like, the other one you said where she, like, was just allowing it because she was afraid of him or whatever. Like, I have always fully believed that it's because of their exchanging.
The benefit of the drugs. Okay. All right, so.
But I can't say for sure because I've never thought of it the other way.
Yeah, I mean, and some women are abused, and they don't know what else, they're scared to say no or whatever. So, but in your opinion, it was because of the benefic of the drugs. All right, so moving on from Michael, who was the next gentleman?
Nick came around for a while, like in and out. I don't know his last name. He was a chef. I know that.
Black or white?
Mixed.
Okay.
It would be more so her doing things, but he saw photos of me. And then their situation, I think he gave her money for it. I don't think he gave her drugs, because I think he wanted her to be sober. But I didn't see many of their interactions. I would read her messages to know, like, what was going on. And as far as I could see, like, I remember one time was like, oh yeah, like 50 for head, 80 for this, 50 for this. So I really think it was just money because he was very in support of her being sober for her kids, but he was okay with seeing them naked. I think, I don't think they dated. I think it was just a situation. And then she dated Michael, number 2, after Nick.
So, let me go back to Nick. So, I guess y'all are not with Michael, number 1, so y'all probably aren't at the trailer park anymore. So, y'all back over at Crest Hill?
No, we were still at the trailer park.
Okay.
We were supposed to be living at the trailer park, but that's around the time that my Nana was given legal guardianship. So, like, my mom.
Erin?
About how old were you?
8.
8. Okay. So between 6 and 8 is around the times that most of the assaults that you can remember happened. Clear. Okay.
Those were the more clear ones. I don't remember.
But like after 8?
After 8?
I know we're getting to it, but I know you've suppressed a lot of it, which is completely normal.
Alexia details how Erin fostered and ignored abuse.
And I don't know if she always was aware of that, but I know that she was aware of it occasionally and just wouldn't. Anytime I tried to tell her, she obviously already knew, but to her it was okay, and she would also just tell me, like, don't tell anybody, like, it's fine.
Okay. So Nick, the mixed guy, the chef, he just basically wanted pictures. So moving on to the next guy. So Nana now has custody of y'all. So I assume y'all are living with Nana on Crestview?
Crestville?
Yeah, Crestview. I'm sorry, Crestview.
No, we're still at the trailer park. It's confusing, I know, but we bounced back and forth. We didn't always have electricity or food, so we would go to Nana's. Or like, my mother would leave for a few days, so we would go to my Nana's. But the next guy is Michael. No, I don't know his last name.
That's the Black Michael.
And things were kind of different with him. He was also very touchy, but his family was touchier. So a lot of the time we would go over to his family's house and the adults would all do their thing, smoke and drink and just, I don't really know what was going on because I was in the kids' room. But he had kids, they weren't his kids, but there were kids that would be over that were like teenagers. And they would want to play games.
Police ask Alexia about harm inflicted on her by the second Michael and his family.
So I remember you said that your mom used to make you go meet, I guess, drug dealers?
Yes.
What was that about?
Probably drugs.
So she just put you in the car. I mean, obviously, I understand to meet the drug dealer, obviously. But so she would just say, hey, you got to go with me to go get drugs?
She wouldn't say what we were getting.
All right.
Sometimes, if it was Xanax, she would say Xanax. But if it was other stuff, she wouldn't always say it. She would just say, we have to go to the store, or we have to go run an errand, or just get in the car.
All right. So, I mean, how would these little things go down? Like, I've been doing this almost 21 years here, and I can't very well say that I've had too many cases where I can say that somebody sat there and told me that, hey, my mom would put me in the car and take me to pay her drug debts.
What else do you want me to tell you? I've already told you. I've told people this stuff, and they don't take weight for that very reason.
Well, no. Don't get me wrong. I think that came out wrong. Please hear me. What I'm getting is, most of the stuff you're telling me we've heard a lot of. What I'm saying is, this is not like something that I've dealt with a lot. So, how does this go down? Like, I mean, like, do you have to go to their house or something? And the reason I'm going to ask you that is I'm going to try to explain how this goes, which you're extremely smart, like you're saying you're taking psychology classes and stuff like that. If you'll notice, I'm getting the wheres happen, because I got to figure out the jurisdictions. So there's a lot of good stuff here that happened in Olive Branch. Now, I can't really do a whole lot for that in Olive Branch, but we know some detectives over there that probably could.
But a lot of it did happen on Crest Hill, right? Because you said that you stayed with your grandmother.
Yes. So I can do that. And I'm looking at you right now. If I wasn't serious or not taking you serious on this, I wouldn't have called you back up here again to have this conversation. Does that make sense? I could have just swept it under the rug, act like it never happened. Well, but instead, I've kept in constant contact with you, wanting to hear your side of the story, to try to somewhat do the best I can to try to get you some kind of justice. I'm not doing this because I just want to make an arrest. That's why I asked you at the very beginning, is this something that you want to proceed or not? Because I didn't want to make you have to do any of this unless you wanted to. This is not me trying to twist your arms or make you feel uncomfortable or relive some terrible stuff. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sitting here with my heart breaking because that is terrible. I hate that this has happened to you. But there's...
What he's getting at, he's trying to ask you in the most, I guess, professional way. What would happen? You would get in the car with your mom, and would you have to go and perform sexual acts when y'all went to go and pick up dope? Or, like, how did the interaction go down once you got in the car and y'all were going, quote, to the store? Where would she take you? Would it be like to a trap house? Would you have to get out with her and go and do things to pay for her dope? Is what we're kind of...
Yes.
Trying to get out. Is that part of what you had to go and do? Do you, or did people come to y'all's house and you have to do something in order for her to get her dope or her fix? Stuff like that.
People came to the house.
Okay.
She was very protective over putting us in bad situations, and I know how funny that sounds. She didn't want us to see more than we had to see. So if it was something that she knew in advance she wanted, it would either be a favor performed now or later, and then she would just get what she needed but it was always done at home. And then we would meet in like a parking lot. Usually it was, I actually want to say it was the Kroger gas station parking lot.
On state line?
Hmm?
On state line.
But I'm not entirely certain. It could have also been somewhere closer to Crest Hill.
Okay.
And now when you said the favors would be done before or after, so the mail would come to the house, you would have to perform, and then y'all would get in the car and go, or what? What do you mean whenever you said that? So it would happen at home, and then she would make y'all get in the car?
Not immediately. So like, either she would go leave with the person and then come back, or it would be they leave and then the next night she's got to go pick up something. And I didn't always go with her for that, but there were many times where I did go with her for that. And those times that I did go with her for that, it was just picking up something at a gas station or out of the mailbox. So it was not somebody leaves, we go with them, and I go to their house. It was going somewhere else.
And so they come over, rather than them just bringing the dope with them, or payment, or whatever.
Sometimes they did do that, but I don't have a lot of, I've got more memories of leaving than I do of them bringing it with them. So I don't know if the times that she would leave with them were times that she would also go do stuff, or if it were times where they just didn't bring it because they weren't expecting. I don't really know. I don't know.
And that's perfectly okay. This is stuff that you should never have ever had to experience. Like, it is, if you have suppressed this, God bless you. We're not trying to dig it up. We just got to have some details so I can tell our prosecutors down there, and then we can make a case and charge on this. If we can charge these guys, we will. But the main thing is Erin was your mom. It was her job to
She was never my mom.
Well, I agree with that. But it was her job to protect you, not, for the lack of better words, pimp you out for her drugs. And I understand she was an addict, and but that no, absolutely not. She was doing her thing. She should have never ever included you. That breaks my heart to hear that. It's not okay.
And we both have little girls.
Yes.
It's like gut wrenching.
Yes, my daughter's 16.
Yes.
Yes.
Think that somebody could do that to their. I mean, even if I have boys, those are your babies.
People do it to boys too.
I know.
Oh yeah, I know.
That was going to be my next question. If you were aware of anything happening to Mikah.
With Mikah, my only thing that I know for certain that happened to Mikah was that,
You can answer that if you need to. This is as relaxed as this can possibly be.
I think it's just a sorority thing. It's just a sorority.
Okay. And if you need to do that, that's fine. We're in no hurry. This is why we're in our office. This is as comfortable, as laid back as we can be.
I don't want to hang out with them. Hang out with some of them, but no, they're asking about the banner committee. Mikah, when we were living on Crest Hill, we had neighbors down the street. I ended up going to high school with this kid. His name was Austin, and he was older. I think he was like 14, 15. I don't know. To me, it feels like he would have been like 17, but that's just because I was like 8. I want to say he was probably closer to between 14 and 16. He took Mikah. There was woods behind everybody's houses, and we all had a gate to him.
Alexia shares harm that Mikah experienced.
Okay.
So from Crest Hill, y'all moved to Hackberry. Do you know about how old you were?
When we moved to Hackberry, I was 12, because Juliana had just been born.
Does Shirley's dad have the they communicate at all? Oh yeah, he's in jail, never mind.
No, they can. Does she communicate with him? He communicates with him. She's never stopped talking to him.
Oh.
Maybe recently, but no, she.
Oh no, who's in jail? Who's it? Your
Everybody.
Everybody.
They're all in jail. Actually, my father just got out and is in the Warrior Center.
That's good.
Better than murdering people and being in prison.
That's true.
He stole non-equipment from the Memphis Police Department.
Oh, sorry, you did say that.
We're all geniuses, man.
Where's Hackberry?
Greenbrook.
Ah, okay, that's right. Yeah, all right.
Bridgewood, Oakwood.
Yeah, all right. Now I'm tracking.
I grew up on Old Forge.
Oh. On the street.
So, just over on Crest Hill, other than these guys coming, you don't, I guess obviously, I'm sure you don't know any of the drug dealers' names that were coming in getting favors.
I don't know anybody's names. I only know her boyfriend's names and I know Nick's name. I also don't remember a lot of faces.
I probably wouldn't either.
Yeah, and just keep it on, until you talk to somebody that knows how to help you with this, because I'm not that person. My only thing I can do is try to help get you a little bit of justice, and to hopefully get as many people we can arrested so they can't harm somebody else. Because so you mentioned a very important thing, like your brother. He learned it somewhere. But what you see in this, if you do this long enough, the guy that did it to your brother, he learned it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So he was a victim too. Even though he did something really terrible to your brother, but you also got to kind of think about, he was just an innocent kid.
That's all I think about.
He was an innocent kid that was.
Where did he learn it from?
Yeah, he was wronged, and then it's this curse that just keeps on cursing. It's like a domino effect. It just keeps on and it keeps on and it keeps on, and it's terrible. So, we may never ever be able to really prosecute obviously all these guys. We don't even know who they were. They came in that were getting drugs, and your mom used you as cash. But she may have to answer for it.
Well, we have you, so that's good.
Yes.
So just because we can't get these men identified.
Now the boyfriends
that doesn't mean anything.
the boyfriends we will. But all the ones that may have just been a drug dealer that slid through one night and we may not. I'm just being honest with you.
But that doesn't mean that she won't have to answer for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I promise you that.
That's not acceptable. It's not okay, and no. So.
Moving on to Hackberry.
Yeah. So what all happens? So we're now at 12. Anybody that boyfriend or whatever that you consistently remember that?
Terrence, but Terrence he didn't do anything to me. He kind of did, but he wouldn't do it in front of my mother, and so it was either he got close to me and I knew he was going to try something, and then she was literally in the next room. He was very to me that's weird, but I guess that's a good thing. Yeah. So his thing was just straight up physical abuse. That was his thing.
I remember you told us his last name. What is it again?
Yeah. I mean, he was a relatively alright guy.
Other than being a pimp?
Yeah. So also relatively.
You mentioned him being a pimp, obviously.
Yeah.
Were you ever put in the position? I know you mentioned Jules possibly had it worse than you. Is that the same guy that we're talking about? Because that's Jules' dad, right?
Yes. The stuff he did with me was pretty much the same as the other guys, but I don't know that my mother got any benefit out of it. I think he just did it because he wanted to. I know that's not necessarily the answer you're looking for, but
no, it's okay.
No, it doesn't matter if your mom got anything out of it or not. I just want to. So did he?
Yes.
Okay.
But he only did that once. He got really weird about. I don't know if she found out about it and like got pissy with him, but he backed off. Oh, he backed off. There would be times when like she would leave for a bit and it would be us, and he would get offended because I was sitting so far from him, and so he would come sit next to me and let me to sit in his lap and blah blah blah. But he kind of, I think he respected her somewhat, and you know, as much as you can respect a prostitute.
Do you know about how old he is?
Like 30, 36, 34. I think he's younger than she is. He's younger, but I don't know by how much.
How long were they together?
I was just about to say, did you need to move that? I think they met around 2013 or 2014, but from 2015 for sure, because that's when Jules was born, until she was like 3, so about 3 years, but they were always off and on.
Okay. So, when Terrence was in the picture, you were on Hackberry?
Yes.
Okay.
And then they moved into an apartment when Jules was like 2, but Hackberry is where she busted Uncle Ken's head open.
What's that about? Tell me about that.
I was at a dance thing, but from what I heard, I hate that it's from what I heard because everyone tells different stories to me.
Yeah.
But my mom said, Teresa said that they were all drunk and he said something offensive. They got into a fight. She like cut his arm or hurt his arm. Something happened to his arm. I don't know if she broke it or if she just cut it. But she took a Pyrex dish. She had Jules in her hand while she did it. She took a Pyrex measuring cup, busted it on his head, busted his head open, called a taxi or walked down the street, called someone to come get her. I don't know if it was a taxi or it was a person because I've heard 2 different things. And then they left and they were gone for a few days. And that was, I don't know what the argument was about. It was probably about alcohol. That's what most of the arguments were about. Or like, she would feel disrespected. And so they would argue about that.
Okay. Alright, so Terrence, you said only, like, he would get touchy a few times, but he only physically actually raped you the one time. And that was at Hackberry?
That was at Hackberry.
Yeah. Alright, so anybody else after him?
No.
Alright, so it probably stopped around 12, 13?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a question, and I don't want to offend you like that, but Why do you think that all these different men thought it was okay? And the reason I'm let me explain why I'm bringing that up. Several different men here, obviously, that have violated you in probably the worst way that a woman can be violated, in my opinion.
Said they could.
I know, and I'm not saying that you did. So that exactly. Even if you did say it, you're a child. Do you understand how wrong that is? Like on every aspect, and plus, obviously, you're saying it's not okay. You are not okay with this. What in the world would make these men think that? I mean, which obviously some of them, well, yeah. I mean, and which obviously I feel like from hearing your story, your mom had said that it was okay. She had arranged these things to get drugs. But these dudes in the house, I mean, like say, so Terrence was a pimp, so I'm gonna say he had plenty of women that he could have chose to sleep with. It breaks. I don't understand why in the world these men thought that it was, okay. I mean, so I guess what I'm getting at, do you feel like your mom was telling them or making them feel like it was okay? Or
I think condoning anything is going to make somebody feel less guilty about doing it.
yeah, and I agree with that. I'm not trying to put, like, obviously I don't want to put words in your mouth as far as saying that your mom said it was, made them feel like it was okay. I'm not trying to do that.
She arranged it and she said, I know you need me to straight up say, so I will, but I'm saying, like, that to me, why that's a dumb question. And that was just to get me to say straight out. But if she's texting people or calling people and making these arrangements, clearly it's okay for her. She's telling them, hey, you can come do whatever you want to my daughter. She's free game. Mm-hmm. As long as you give me what I want, you can do what you want. Like, yeah, she said it was okay.
I'm sorry that I had to get you to say that, but yes, that's kind of it's important. Fine. I'm sorry.
I've never been on. I always watch, or I'm never on this side of it, and it makes me want to laugh.
Well, at least you're not the criminal that look at facing charges. So I can't put words in your mouth. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, but I have to ask questions to get, like, it's usually important. Was she allowing this? Okay, because that's what brings her into the mix. Because if not, it's just Terrence Mitchell, who's a piece of trash, who raped you. But if she was allowing it and letting it be known that it's okay, then that involves her. Does that make sense? So that's what we want to make sure that we get everybody that's involved that's guilty that we can. And that's why I asked that, these questions. Like, and I agree with you. If your mom is going to the point of she's taking you out so she can get drugs, then clearly these men know that, hey, I can do what I want because, I mean, she lets just anybody do it. Mm-hmm. I agree with you on that. I just wanted your opinion because obviously you lived in that life. I did not. So you would know better and be able to make a more educated response on that than I am.
I feel like it's a context clues thing, though.
Unfortunately, context clues don't hold up in court.
Yeah. I mean, I think we all understand that, but like, unfortunately, like she said, court is a lot different. It's not what we think or what we assume. It's what we can prove. It's kind of like I was talking to your, earlier about your mom. Did she know, or about Erin? Did she remember it or not? I can't prove one way or the other, but I can prove that she was coherent enough to understand what she had done. She would get in trouble, and she was coherent enough to try to clean it up and hide evidence, and she was coherent enough to manipulate someone else to come get her to get her away from the crime scene. That's what I can prove. I can't prove if she fully remembers it or not. And that's kind of what we're looking at in this situation, is what we can, try to prove. And that's going to be my partner and I's, thing to have to try to prove this. Obviously, just like when Kent said, Erin beat me with a bat more than one time and hit me and did this to me, that's hugely important evidence. Same thing as you saying, hey, these people, boom, 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 did these things to me. That's hugely important. But I also like to win, and I also like to do my homework, and I like to go in and, like, and do like we did here. And
Did y'all check the truck beds of the guys that live there?
yeah, we went through all of them. Yeah. You know, we
talked to the roommate, and the roommate even said he's never seen a bat or never thought Kent had a bat. Nothing. He'd been up to his room multiple times.
And Kent's room was.
I know it's small. I've been in his
But-
room,
And
but
it's
I know
tidy.
that he had. I know that, but he always either kept it behind the door or it was under his bed. So there was 1000% a bat. Whether or not he ever saw him have to use it is a different story. But I know that it was there.
I know it wasn't under the bed because that one had to crawl in there.
Yeah. There may have been one, and I'm definitely not saying there wasn't, but it wasn't there when we got there, and we have looked all over that property.
And the reason behind us leaving the armchair is because it was hidden.
Yeah.
From where it was and the hair on it.
I'm just going to show you. I'll show you the pictures.
I know that's one. I'm really, and I don't know that it would.
And with him being so he had brain bleed, so his brain was almost mush. Him trying to say what happened, and I can't tell if he was saying bat or back or behind. He was saying something that I'm gonna have to try to figure out in officer's body cam when they were trying to pick him up.
I should roll this. I can use that chair. I should have stood up.
That's the fun way to do it.
Yeah. So this is the item that we think was used.
I saw that in the video.
Yeah. So in the video, if you notice, in one of the videos, it's on the actual chair.
It is.
And in another video we have, it moves to the bed. When we find it, well, I say when we find it, my partner actually is the one that found it. It's actually between, there's a little, not the bedside table thing, but there's another little dresser thing back over there. It's behind it, between the wall. It's hidden. But one of the reasons we kind of think this is it is because...
The hair.
Yes. Did I already show you the hair?
You showed me.
Okay, yes. So, on this end, there's gray hair here that's attached to it that appears to be Kent's.
Have y'all tested the hair?
We are going to send this off to the lab. Yes, we are. But one of the really unique things about it, though, is up here.
Erin.
Yeah. So, and it has the same color tint here as hers. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but gray hair on this round end and reddish type hair on this end would be very consistent of drawing back, and it probably caught some of her hair. And then, of course, that where it hit him. A lot of his bruising is round. Yeah, especially that sternum. You're exactly right. Is a big round-ish type bruise. So that would be very consistent with that. Or it could have been that end, but so that's kind of why we were thinking this is it. Will we ever really know 1,000% for sure? I don't know.
Gee, if only she kept the recording going. She could have had so many followers.
So
she could have kept singing.
Yeah, that's what got me. Is she was like, maybe if I sing, people will watch. What are we watching?
So she actually, in one video, she makes a statement, I wish I could have found something softer like a belt. I don't have the exact wordage, but it's in the video. So, clearly she's making the statement, I beat him with something hard. Now, whether it was a real bat and she got rid of it or not, I don't know. But the fact that this was out in the open and then it was hidden behind an item, and as good as you could hide it in there, and it's got their hair on, both of their hair on it, makes me think that's it.
She clearly would have had to break that off if she wanted to use it.
It was already broke off.
It was already broken off?
Yeah, so it was in the video, one of the first videos. If you watch when it pans across, you'll see it laying in the chair it belongs to. Here's the foot of his bed. It's right there in between the dresser, and it's laying in the chair, on the chair that it belongs to.
The material, like the old tape and stuff, it had been
taped back
on, previously in the past.
So it was previously broke. It's now broke off again, and it's just laying there. And at some point, it goes from there, and you can then in another video we can see it laying on the bed. And then, of course, after that, it disappears from many videos, and when we show up, it's completely hidden. In my mind, I'm only going to hide something to that degree if I'm trying to hide it from the cops, because I used it to beat this guy in the head with and all over his body. That's our theory, and that's the best one we can come up with any kind of evidence to support it. So when he says bat, I know it says bat, but it's wooden. It's basically a bat, and if it's being swung at you, it looks like a wooden bat. So that's where we kind of gather that. Now, kind of circling back around to what we were talking about here, but before, so you said it stops at 12 to 13. Terrence was the last one. You mentioned that the other, Juliana, is one you're worried about the most. Explain that to me.
She's like, what do you mean?
Well, why are you concerned for her?
Because I raised her. So one, I feel guilty because I was unhappy with being left alone all the time. I started praying for a sister. I got a sister, and then my mother would still leave her with me. So I feel like it's my responsibility, and I know the logical side of this as well, but I also know my thought process, to protect her, and that's not happened.
And understandably so, that is human nature, especially the older sister. I fully understand what you're saying, and what you're feeling is 1,000% correct, and it's okay to feel that way. However,
I know that. However,
you were a child, and that responsibility was not yours.
No, but in my family it is.
I know, and you're correct. Unfortunately, you had to step up and be the mom at an age that you were not prepared nor capable of, but you did the best that you could, and you just have to understand that you did, and you'll have to learn to forgive yourself, because unforgiveness will eat you alive. I can guarantee you, your sister has forgiven you and ain't even thought about it. She sure doesn't blame you.
As they continue to build their case, investigators go to the jail where Erin is being held to collect a DNA sample from her.
Do you know what they're going to charge me with?
I think all that's still under investigation of it. I mean, obviously, I'm sure you're very aware he passed away. So,
am I the only person given DNA?
well, we will be getting it from Harvey when they have autopsies.
Okay.
Yes.
So there were other people in the house, though. So.
What was that? Because you didn't tell me about those people in the room.
They lived there.
Oh, okay, I understand that.
Oh, can I ask you what? Because somebody told me it was something. What was the statement that he said? Did you say that he said I hit him with a bat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
And I know that sounds wild, but it's recorded, so I'm not making it up, I promise. But yes, he did.
Okay. Did you tell me anything else he said?
Yeah, he said that you had done that to him, and that you had struck him with a bat, and that was not the first time you had assaulted him. Those were his words. Oh, yeah.
Oh, another question I do have. Who all in my family have you spoken to?
Your mom and some others.
At 222.
So I could ask questions, so
That's fine.
Yeah, because I haven't talked to anyone, like including attorney or anything like that yet. Finally can talk to my mom, which is good.
Yeah, that's real good.
Mm-hmm. My 21-year-old does not want to speak to me. Neither does my 19-year-old or my 9-year-old.
Well, you know, one thing about it, the time heals a lot of things. You know, they may come around in a little time. Everybody has to process things differently, you know.
Yeah, you know what, I've heard children are resilient,
Absolutely.
But another thing that I've heard also was that children, you know, they're changed by things, whether they're resilient or not, they're changed by things, everything that we do.
I'll explain this more to you.
Investigators use Erin's confession to the men at the scene, her Facebook Live videos, and Harvey's statements to piece together a theory of how the murder unfolded. Police believe Erin came to Harvey's house where she used substances. When this led to a fight, Erin flew into a rage, beating Harvey with the arm from one of his chairs. When Erin realized that she could go to jail, she tried to clean up Harvey and prepared to leave the scene. Before she could do that, officers arrived catching her. That's when she decided to present herself as a loving caretaker and then as a victim who was just trying to defend herself. Facing overwhelming evidence, Erin Malchow pleads guilty to second-degree murder. In November 2025, she is sentenced to 25 years in prison.